And the pandemic has forced us to take some mitigating measures, such as holding today's event virtually. But it has also opened up some new lines of inquiry, such as those relating to food security, social isolation, and community well-being. And research on Singapore may be less affected given its local focus, but there are still collaborative and comparative issues that impact on the conduct of research and that we need to grapple with. And research on Singapore is becoming increasingly important, not least because the general public is getting better educated, more articulate, and they want a better understanding of the nature of Singapore society and the challenges that it faces. So citizens want to be able to make informed decisions about how best to participate in the remaking and reimagining of Singapore. And research on Singapore can provide key analyses about which actions might contribute to practical accomplishments and which will not. So events like today are not just for the NUS community or a community of academics. They can and they should play a role in contributing to our public understanding of Singapore. And today's event focuses on three very important areas: cultural policy and heritage, pedagogy, education and development, and finally, citizenship, community, and the public sphere. So I wish all of you an intellectually engaging and politically challenging day. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning to the NUS community. And on behalf of all of us, also allow me to welcome the many members of the audience who, as Lionel has said, have joined us from many different ministries, stat boards, and universities. So I take this opportunity to welcome each of you. I am Dr. Priya Jaradi, and I convene a very small art history program in collaboration with the National Gallery, Singapore. I'm delighted to moderate the inaugural panel for today's conference titled Cultural Policy and Heritage. So allow me to begin by introducing my very esteemed colleagues. I must pause here to clarify that these are colleagues who have achieved a lot, and the 5 minutes that I'm allotted to introduce them is inadequate. But these are also colleagues who are modest, so they've told me to keep the introductions brief. Our first speaker, Associate Professor T.C. Chung, is a tourism geographer by training, and his research interests span urban, social, cultural, and tourism geographies, with a particular focus on Southeast Asian tourism, vernacular architecture, and heritage in Asian cities. So as part of today's presentation, White Walls Don't Say Much, Creative Placemaking in Singapore, TC will explore the relationships between the state, artists, and local communities as more spaces in public residential environments in Singapore begin to be filled with art. Our second speaker, Associate Professor Robin Loon, is from the Department of English Language and Literature, and his current research and teaching interests include popular culture, performance, and Singapore theatre. He's been an active participant in the Singapore English language theatre scene for 3 decades now. Since 1991, Robin has written for the local stage, and his current work also involves dramaturgy and playwriting. So today's presentation will reflect on the processes and negotiations leading up to the publication of Singapore Chronicles Theatre 2016. And through these discussions, I believe Robin hopes to shed light on the many challenges and prospects facing the researcher of Singapore theatre. Our third speaker, Assistant Professor Hamza bin Muzaini, is a cultural geographer at the Department of Southeast Asian Studies, NUS, and his primary work is centered on how the heritage of the Second World War is commemorated in Singapore and Malaysia. Hamza is also broadening this into understanding the phenomenon of cultural theme parks in East Malaysia and heritage-related practices and discourse in Singapore. So today's presentation will draw on a larger study about the history and heritage of three southern islands in Singapore, namely St. John's Island, Lazarus Island, and the Seringat Island. And specifically, Hamza's paper will reflect on the way these islands have been heritagized or heritage-scaped by various stakeholders since the 2000s. It will also pay attention to the many issues that have emerged from these practices and how these could be mitigated effectively. And our fourth and last speaker for this morning's panel, Assistant Professor Zdravko Trivik, is from the Department of Architecture, School of Design and Environment at NUS. And his research interests include multisensorial urbanism, health supportive and aging friendly design, urban space in high density contexts, and community participation. He works closely with the Center for Sustainable Asian Cities and the Center for Aging Research in the Environment, and of course, our very own Center for the Arts at NUS. For today's presentation, Zdravko will reference the National Arts Council in Singapore's strategy, which was initiated in 2012, called Arts and Culture Notes. And this will outline the impact of community arts and cultural events on 5 local housing neighborhoods and their communities. So this study, I believe, was framed around 3 questions. What can space do for the arts? What can arts do for space in turn? And what can arts and space together do for the community? So I will request members of the audience to please raise your hands and join me in welcoming our speakers for this morning. Over to you, TC.
Priya, are you able to see the screen? Okay, great, thanks. Thank you all. Good morning and thank you for attending panel 1 on cultural policy and heritage. Over the past 10 years or so, we have seen more white walls in Singapore's public spaces, increasingly filled with all kinds of art. These art have appeared on walls of shophouses, in historic precincts, at hawker centers and food centers as part of SG50 celebrations, and also increasingly in HDB void decks. My presentation today focuses specifically on HDB void decks. In 2011, the first void deck gallery was open to much acclaim, not only for its rather novel use of space. As we know, it's a void space, and now this void is increasingly filled with art, but also for its unusual choice of art. Void deck galleries have emerged in different HDB estates, notably McPherson, Buona Vista, and Jurong West, introducing different art forms like Impressionism, Cubism, and so forth into the heartlands. If indeed white walls don't say much and can't say much, what do painted walls tell us about community art programs, art making in Singapore? What do the choices of art tell us about Singaporeans' preferences for art? And how do these art forms help people relate better to their environments and also to fellow residents in a particular precinct? I want to frame my presentation with 4 research questions. Firstly, how do we explain community involvement in public art in Singapore using the concept of creative placemaking? Secondly, what is the role of the government in void deck galleries? Now, creative placemaking is about the government standing back and providing greater freedom to non-arts and non-government sectors artists, art organizations, and so forth. But has this really been the case in HDB Void Deck galleries? Thirdly, a key player in creative placemaking is the artist or an art organization whose role is to engage members of the public to arts and cultural affairs. How does this non-profit sector play a role in void deck galleries in Singapore? And finally, members of the public and community. How has their involvement changed their relationships with their environment and also with neighbors in the same environment? Let me start with the first question on art, community, and creative placemaking. The idea of community or participatory arts arose in cities in the 1970s. In community art, the layperson, you and I, so to speak, rather than the urban planner or the architect, are primarily involved in public projects to beautify their living environments. Such participatory programs have been described as a social turn in planning spaces and in cities, urban planning. What this means is that community involvement in art fulfills clearly social goals. Through people's involvement, their participation, through their involvement and participation, they are better integrated into their community and society. They will be able to pick up certain skills, for example, art, through art training. And by working alongside residents and neighbors, they will also get to bond as a community. More recently, in 2010, a new concept, a new term emerged. And this is creative placemaking, coined by the National Endowment for the Arts. This is a US federal agency. Now, the term refers to community involvement in place enhancement, hence placemaking, in which art, culture, and other creative expressions are the vehicle to placemaking. Creative placemaking has both a social as well as a spatial goal. And I think these goals can be explained if we look at their principles. The first principle is, as I mentioned earlier, the artist or the art organization as the key player in placemaking rather than the government. The government might provide funding or advice on land use, but it is the independent artist or an art organization that plays a dominant role. The arts organization has to depend on residents and volunteers. So a high degree of engagement is expected as residents volunteer time and effort in a project close to their heart. The ultimate goal is both social and spatial, enhancing your neighborhood, your residential environment, but in so doing, getting to know one another in the act of placemaking, and hence community bonding. Over the next 3 sections, I will look briefly at the role of the arts organization, the role of residents and local communities, but let us start with the role, supposedly, the light touch of the government. But let's have a look at whether that is really the case. As mentioned, the arts organization does the heavy lifting work of coordinating activities in void decks, recruiting and training volunteers. And in Singapore's void deck gallery, one particular project had as many as 350 volunteers. But this being Singapore, the government actually maintains a very influential initial push, even though classically creative placemaking, the government actually takes a very light touch in this role. I interviewed the MP of the very first precinct, which had a void deck gallery. And this is what the MP had to say, that this is a quaint neighborhood, but I felt that there was space for artistic expression. I was looking around at the void decks and thought that a gallery-like trail with a story was appropriate. I thought of Zone C. So obviously the precinct is broken into zones, and the Zone C residents are particularly open to new ideas. And the blocks are in a very prominent location in McPherson. So there is an impact. We thought a void deck art gallery is new and can lift the overall standard. And I think the MP meant standard of living. If we were to just eyeball some of these keywords, it is clear that the MP, representative of the government, has not taken a back seat in this case. In talking about the choice of void decks in which the artworks are to be displayed, she thought specifically of a zone where people are, number one, open to new ideas, and number two, the zone is at the entrance to the neighborhood. Looking around, she felt that the void decks do require a bit of a lift visually. I then thought perhaps, although the idea of the void deck gallery was the MP's, perhaps the choice of artwork was made by residents. Not so. The MP went on to say, in choosing artwork, she was in a dilemma whether it should be something classic that people can connect with and understand that it is a famous artist, or perhaps I should give the painters full rein. In other words, giving the art organization full control to decide what sort of art. Ultimately, in the end, I, the MP, decided that because this is the first gallery in Singapore, 2011, I better do it well so that you can open the doors for everything else. And because Van Gogh is a name that everybody knows, let's start with the most obvious artist. Now, if this is something negative, I think we have to remember this was probably 10 years ago. The first Void Deck Gallery in McPherson opened in 2011. So this was probably planning in about 10, 11 years ago. And maybe things in the future might look slightly more positive, particularly in view of SG Heritage Plan released in 2018, which spoke about the need for more ground-up initiatives, and hence the choice of the Durf Playground, the conservation of Dakota Estate. These were actually ideas from the ground up, a interest group called Save Dakota Crescent, given to the government, and the government thinking through it, deciding, indeed, this is a site, and these are environments that we should be conserving because we are hearing from the public. So I think perhaps although Void Deck Gallery started on a very heavy footing by the government, perhaps things might change in the future. Let me go on quickly to the role of the art organization. Now, the NGO Social Creators, established in 2006, is the key player in doing all kinds of coordination, negotiating with individual MPs and resident committees on where artwork should be located, securing funds from the government, but also from private donors, and of course, recruiting and training residents and volunteers. On Social Creators' website, it describes its vision of community art in social and spatial terms. The community art is a blend of not just art, but also community, that together people can create a masterpiece that they can call their very own. And the goal of Social Creators is to make Singapore colorful, both visually, so that spatial environment, visual attractiveness, but also emotionally, so that people can feel a emotional bond to an environment which is not just filled with white, empty walls. However, I would say despite these coordination efforts, I would argue that the potential for acquiring knowledge on art matters, and self-expression by residents and volunteers, I would say they remain very, very limited. I spoke to the founder of Social Creative and asked him how they went about getting volunteers to paint. And he said that they adopt what is called a coloring book concept. I think we all remember our coloring books from our childhood, right? Where things will be outlined in black and white or black, and every bit on I suppose on a piece of paper would have a number, and every number is linked to a particular color. Social creators starts the first 20% of an artwork. The volunteers then fill up the spaces using a color by number format. And then if there are any mistakes, right, Social Creative will end the last 20%, removing the mistakes and redoing the artwork. I then asked him, well, as the volunteers paint Van Gogh's sunflowers and Starry, Starry Night, perhaps they get to know a little bit about Van Gogh's life. And the Social Creators founder said, well, as far as our Social Creators artworks, we want it to be happy. This is part of our core value. Artworks are never meant to be Gothic or horror. It's more to show the potential of art therapy for the masses to brighten up the lives of the people. In other words, the life of Van Gogh was actually never explained to the artist. And therefore, that got me to think about the value of art. Is art purely aesthetic? Rather than sharing about the critical histories and knowledge about artists and art movements. And in many ways, because of the color by number format, I think community involvement is highly circumscribed. Let me end with the last section on the effects on the local community, but also their involvement. There are two kinds of effects: intended effects by the MP, intended effects by HDB, and the unintended effects. The intended effects are entirely predictable. I think in interviewing residents in the flats where there are all these void deck galleries, people do feel a sense of pride. They do spend more time in the void deck simply because it's more attractive, it's more conducive. But what is interesting is actually the unintended effect, unintended by the MP, right? Increasingly, many residents ask about the art genres in the void deck. Why Impressionism and not local artworks? Why were they not consulted in the very first place on whether there is a need for their white walls to be painted over? This is what two residents had to say. Some people, actually, I think he meant himself, right? Some people don't appreciate Van Gogh. The ones with the fisherman, cats, local flowers, orchids, but done in impressionistic style, that's much better. It's something that people can relate to, something homely, something about Singaporean life, as opposed to the Starry, Starry Nights, the sunflowers, and the irises. Another resident had this to say: Singaporean art would be good, since we want to promote Singaporean arts in the end. It's a good idea to expose locals to Singaporean works, the names of artists at the very least. Some residents also reflected that with void decks painted over in such elaborate colors, they have been rendered unsuitable for weddings, for funeral wakes, and therefore this homely space, which they call their own void decks, they should have been consulted on whether their void decks should ever be painted in the first place. Do they make friends? Do they get to know their neighbors? I didn't really make friends. We just came to paint. The time involved did not allow us to make friends. Did you learn? Did you pick up any skills? Actually, we just painted the background. They have their own artists, right? Remember the 20% at the start, 20% at the end. Perhaps social creators could have done a survey. They didn't really ask us what we would like to paint. Let me conclude. Rather than a summary of what I've just said, let me reflect on the limits to creative placemaking in Singapore. We've already encountered some challenges in the case studies that I mentioned. In 2016 and 17, members of the public took things into their own hands and created their own artworks in void decks without permission from either the government or art organizations. Priya Diaz, Golden Staircase, she was a LaSalle College of the Arts student, and she coated a flight of stairs in a HDB corridor in Balestier with gold leaf. Retiree Mr. Orr erected a pagoda of toys and figurines in a void deck in Yishun. Both Priya and Mr. Orr were told to dismantle their works as they posed fire and safety hazards. But both Priya and Mr. Orr pleaded their case. Priya saying that her work is not vandalism and does not pose a hindrance to public space. Mr. Orr protested by saying that his pagoda brings enjoyment and happiness to other retirees in the void deck. Nevertheless, in early 2017, both installations were taken down as the artists had not sought permission to install them. While Mr. Orr was later permitted to reinstall his pagoda in Chong Pang Community Club, the overall look was a toned down version of his spontaneous display in Yishun. Now, in many ways, the episodes involving Priya and Mr. Orr serve as a metaphor for the limits imposed on creative placemaking in Singapore. While the community is encouraged to participate in art activities, such activities are never entirely spontaneous or unregulated in Singapore. Government permissions or expert curation are still required for any works installed in public spaces. While community input is desirable, the artworks must never offend, given the fact that Singapore is multi-ethnic and multi-religious. As a result, public art often end up being decorative rather than critical social commentary. However, let me end on an optimistic note, and that there is hope for the future. Just as Priya and Mr. Orr were willing to stand up for what they believed in, similarly, residents and volunteers in void deck galleries were vocal in speaking up on the need for more local and Singaporean artistic content, and also for consultations on how public spaces, their public space, their void decks ought to be used, decorated, or for that matter, left untouched. If indeed white walls do not say much, painted walls have much to tell us about public art, community involvement, creative expressions, as well as their limits in Singapore. Thank you very much. Priya, are we going on to our second speaker? Yep, okay, thanks.
Sorry. Thank you, TC. I'd like to invite Robin Associate Professor Robin Loon, our second speaker. Over to you, Robin.
Hi. Thank you, everyone. My name is Robin, and just let me sort my presentation out for a bit here. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm going to talk about my experiences writing, well, actually one of the co-authors of this series called the Singapore Chronicles that was published in line with SG 50, so 50 small primers about certain aspects of Singapore, and they were published, and I was asked to oversee the theatre segment. So these are just reflections and what I think about the challenges that will face the Singapore theatre researcher. So I'm just going to first start off with an email. This is the brief that the general editor Arun sent to me about what the general format is supposed to be. And I found it quite interesting that we are still going by the four major languages, four official languages, which is the Tamil, English, Chinese, and Tamil, English, Chinese, and Malay. And we're still looking at that particular moment in 2014, language-based theatre. So we're not looking at Singapore theatre per se, we're looking at language-based theatre. Now, I interrogated this and I had a word with the editor, and the editor said that for the purposes of this, as a general primary introduction, we should go with this four language kind of setup. So I went along with it, and what I also thought was quite interesting was when it came to looking for authors, there was a very neat kind of allocation of the race to the language. So Chinese theater by Chinese, English language theater, I suppose, by me, and then a Tamil language speaker for Tamil theater and a Malay language speaker for the Malay theater. So all the language specificity notwithstanding, here's another email where I suggested that the Malay theater segment should be written by a theater practitioner called Zizi Azhar. And here is the response from the people that, or the consultants that were overseeing this particular project. And I found it quite interesting that she was critiqued because she does not have the knowledge nor memory of Malay theatre from 80s to 2005. And we're looking at people like Effendi, Ali Mosbit, Alfin Sa'ad as people who have that cultural memory. I robustly refuted that. I just think on two grounds that I don't think that the Singapore Chronicles should be written entirely by males. And also in terms of the cultural memory, that is not particularly important. So that led me to think, why is Singapore theatre still adhering to this persistent narrative of it being separated by language? And I'm also quite intrigued that cultural memory seems to be a prerequisite for any kind of authority in even embarking research on these language-based theatre. So I'm just going to quickly go through the challenges. And of course, this might be common knowledge, but I think it's worth reiterating. Singapore theatre suffers from a legacy of subversive associations all the way back to the association with the Chinese Theatres Association with the socialist labor movements in the 50s and 60s, all the way up to third stage involvement with the 1987 Marxist conspiracy, all the way up to more recently, 1993, the necessary stage being implicated with the Augusto Boal Forum Theatre workshops. It is also heavily regulated. We are still bound by the Public Entertainment Act of 1958, which you are not allowed to offer a public presentation to ticket-buying audiences without a license. And the new regulation states that you have to have the license You have to apply for the license 2 months before the actual date of presentation itself. You have to submit a finalized script, synopsis, all the multimedia materials, and in cases where it is foreign theater or unscripted, you need to submit rehearsal videos or videos of previous production. And of course, there's a question of the funding as discipline. We have had many instances where funding has been withdrawn due to whatever disagreements that the funding body, mainly National Arts Council, would have with the theatre companies. But I think one of the biggest problems we face in researching Singapore theatre are problems with documentation. Now, I'm going to offer a few speculations as to why. I think traditionally, when Singapore theatre started going commercial and started to build an industry around it, there was a heavy emphasis on artistic output, and there was no funding or low priority on archiving. So I think the KPIs set for the theatre companies to the major funders were mostly on, let's put up productions, how many productions, let's chase after the next big productions, bumps on seats, ticket sales. Because of that, the quality of existing documentation is very poor. Recordings of theatre productions are single camera, very grainy kinds of recordings. And also because of the number of theatre companies that have come up and then disappear, it is very difficult for us to trace defunct companies. I'll give you a very good example. One of the major players in the Singapore theatre, English language theatre scene was a theatre company called at 42 Waterloo Street. Now, that theatre company has stopped, right? And it has become such an important, it did so many different productions, but now we have no indication of anything or any trace of all the work that it has done before. So of course, there's also a lack of oral archives and accessibilities. So I think one of the things that we are looking at in terms of prospects, right, would be theatre and subtitling. I think that's one of the things that we want to look at, because there are new wave of plays that are not just multilingual, but they're leveraging on subtitling and also making new demands on audienceship. So the relationship Singapore theatre has with English is changing, even though English is the main subtitler, right? But I think right now, the audiences are very much paying money to watch theatre that is not in their mother tongue or not in the language that they know, but they are also quite happy looking at the subtitling as a way of accessing different kinds of theatre. So the next part of my presentation, I want to offer a different mode of researching theatre. And I have to acknowledge the research division of FASS, because they've been very supportive in promoting or bringing more clarity and more knowledge of what is practice research. So I'm going to quickly go through what practice research is. And I've called this a series of slides from Robin Nelson, who visited the faculty twice and shared with our colleagues what practice research is. So basically, what is practice research in the arts? It's research undertaken through an arts practice, and the primary evidence is the arts practice. So the research is the practice, or the practice is the research itself. And very quickly, it is a new methodology only to this area and this region. It has been quite popular and very well accepted in UK and US and parts of Australia. It is a multimodal inquiry utilizing various methods, typically heuristic, phenomenological rather than empirical. And the insights from practice as research is what used to be called, might be more akin to the experience of seeing something from a new perspective and the different aspects and affordances that results from that. So Zarrilli talks about different modes of knowledge, and I want us to hopefully move, and I'm bringing this up for Singapore theatre because theatre, being an artistic practice, is most open to this kind of knowledge generation. Yeah. So Zarrilli says that knowledge is that is knowledge that is usually displayed. Knowledge for and in are active modes of knowing to be deployed in the process of a practice. Such knowledges can only be provisional. And then, of course, in terms of heuristic, research is a process of internal search through which one discovers the nature and meaning of experience and develops methods and procedures for further investigations and analysis. The self of the researcher is present throughout the process. And while understanding the phenomenon with increased depth, the researcher also experiences growth, self-awareness, and self-knowledge. And of course, this should be quite common to our knowledge to a lot of our researchers out there in terms of the phenomenology again. So this is the model of modes of knowing that Robin Nelson, and one of the proponents of practice research, is offering us. So what I'm more interested is not the know that or the know that outside of this knowledge, but the know-how. I'm quite interested in exploring experiential haptic knowing, performative knowledge, tacit knowledge, and embodied knowledge. So again, Robin Nelson's approach is really about research in the arts accepted as equivalent, and the emphasis is about dissemination. And he also wants to talk about, he's also very much into the resisting notions that art research is somehow special or different in kind. And finally, I want to again look at how he has not actually the validity of performative research, right, in line with what we know as quantitative and qualitative research. So what I've done round about the same time, these are significant disagreements for those who identify. So just quickly, a lot of confusion in this. I want to quickly go on to what I did also in 2014, as I was embarking in the Singapore Chronicles, something that I did with Center 42, a center for the promotion, documentation, and creation of text for Singapore stage, which I co-founded with 4 other theatre practitioners in Singapore. So we did something called 1964 under a vault program. So because I planned it as a kind of a performative essay, for want of a better word, I amassed all the research, spoke to my collaborators, and we put together a lecture performance. So in this lecture performance, we talked specifically about the beginnings of Singapore theatre, Singapore English language theatre, and we chose 1964. So I went about it with the group with various kinds of ways that I would approach an essay. So it would have synopsis, and then I would look at the videos would be segmented into introductions, a section on English education, mild content smoking on stage, romance and melodrama, cabaret girl, nightclub singer, racial tensions, unexpected nation. So these were like chapters and paragraphs where what I would do is I would, together with my collaborators, insert selected readings of 2 plays that were written in 1964 with historical context and information. So every single part of the documentation was loaded up to Center 42's page. So anybody who goes to this page will see the synopsis, the plays themselves, which is When Smiles Are Done and White Rose at Midnight, the resources, which we did to contextualize whatever that was happening there, the videos, and of course the photos. So I might play you a little bit if we have the time, just a wee bit. And good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here at Center 42. And more importantly, welcome
the Vault's first presentation, 1964.
The Vault is a program that brings past texts and writings for the Singapore stage to the attention of a contemporary audience. It is not strictly a revival program, as none of these pieces selected will be given a full staging or a production by and in Center 42.
The guiding principles for the Vault are remember, refresh, retell.
The remembering is not just to remember the past, but also to inspire us to relate the past to other aspects of our lives.
The refreshing asks all of us to look at these texts with fresh eyes, see something new in the old, bring something new to the old.
The retelling invites artists and practitioners to tell the stories of the past through the art they practice.
So, for those of you who came expecting a rehearsed reading of A White Rose at Midnight and When Smiles Are Done, you may be a little disappointed.
We will be reading some excerpts, but only those that triggered a response from us.
And today's lecture performance does not draw upon the mediations between art and pedagogy, reality and illusion, but on a more fundamental belief shared by both: communication.
But since 19...
So that's just part of the content that we have. Oops, sorry. And it's all spread out in the various segments. Oops, gotta move on to, right. Let's go back. So I'm going to finish with a few final thoughts. Just go back to this. So the issues I think that we'll face using practice research to look at Singapore theatres would be issues like credits and rights. So in my mind, I would have considered myself the principal investigator with my collaborators as co-investigators, but how would that look like? Would it be like a co-authored paper? What about the rights of the images, the videos? How would we negotiate that in terms of credits and rights? And the second thing is also in terms of publications and dissemination. Currently, Center 42 operates that site, so it will still be there. But how can we ensure a durability of that? How can we publish it? I'm kind of optimistic that maybe when we move towards e-books or e-publications, that might answer the question. And then finally, there is the issue of institutional validation and funding support, recognition for practice research as a valid form of knowledge generation. So that's all I have. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Robin. You know, it was wonderful that you were able to draw on Robin Nelson's model on practice as research, Robin. And I think we will keep that for the end for the Q&A. So before I introduce our third speaker, I just want to remind members of the audience that please keep your questions for the end. We have about 40 minutes at the end of the panel to take questions. Allow me to invite our third speaker, Assistant Professor Hamza bin Muzeni, who will be presenting Heritagescaping the Southern Islands of Singapore from Below. Over to you, Hamza.
All right, thanks a lot, Priya, and good morning, everyone. And thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk. Let me just share my screen here. There you go. Okay, well, this presentation draws on a larger study that was supported and funded by the National Heritage Board, which considers the history as well as heritage-making process and politics of the Southern Islands in Singapore, particularly in terms of how they have been heritagized and heritage-scaped over the years. Heritagization refers to how value is imputed on an area to warrant it important to preserve. This is then followed by the heritage-scaping process of the area, or how the area has been transformed as a result of the heritagization process. So today I will talk a little bit about the heritage-ization and heritage-scaping of the Southern Islands and highlight some of the issues that have emerged as a result. I will then say a little about how these issues may be mitigated by paying more attention to what has been referred to as heritage from below. Now, heritage from below can be conceptualized in many ways, right? So traditionally, it refers to when we take more seriously the views of those whose lives were for a long time intimately related to the place that has been heritagized. These refer especially to former residents of the islands, for example, but it can also be in the reference to those who work on the islands today. Yeah. And second, heritage from below can refer to the need to focus more on aspects of the islands that may not be visible anymore, as well as the need to walk the islands more to see what is still there but lesser known by the public. Aside from walking the ground, information from the archives and what the former islanders tell you would also play a major role. Now, there is another conceptualization, which is where heritage from below refers to when you actually just look up more often and be surprised by the things that you see if you stop basically just focusing on things around you, right? But I'm not going to be covering that too much today. And then I will end the presentation with some of the ways in which, through the NHB-funded project and beyond, we have sought to overcome some of the limitations of formal heritage-ization and heritage-scaping of the islands by adopting such heritage from below perspectives. Now, when we think about the Southern Islands, we tend to refer to all the islands in the south of Singapore. Yet in formal urban plans, these islands are separated into two, the Southern Islands and the Western Islands. And the Southern Islands officially refer to Sentosa, St. John's, Lazarus, Seringat, Tukukur, Kusu, and Two Sisters Island. You can see the islands over here, a more recent representation of the islands. Now, the most known, well-known of these islands will be Sentosa, of course, and Kusu Island because of the annual pilgrimages that happen there. The Sisters Island as a marine park is also quite well known by nature lovers. Yet, since the post-CB period in Singapore, St. John's and Lazarus too have become extremely popular destinations. It is at least one way in which you can actually get away from the hustle and bustle of city life. Now, the project itself focuses specifically on St. John's, Lazarus, and Seringat. On the map today, these three islands are reflected as one island. But as you can see from this map in 1906, they were formerly separate islands. Since the 2000s, the islands were merged via land reclamation and man-made causeways. Right, you can see the causeways over here. Since the 1970s, there have been many plans for these islands, such as the building of world-class resorts, pristine beaches, restaurant and cafeteria, golf area, holiday bungalows, so on and so forth. And this was meant to replace the loss of recreational spaces on the mainland when Changi Airport was built. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, these plans have not really materialized on the ground. This could be because much of the resources then were placed on the development of Sentosa itself, which meant the other islands did not really get developed until the 2000s, and even then, only in the form of the causeways to merge the three islands, the beaches created through land reclamation. People would know about Eagle Bay on Lazarus Island today, a new pier at Lazarus Island, and pavilions throughout the three islands. The islands were before managed by the Sentosa Development Corporation, but since a few years ago, the Singapore Land Authority has taken over. There are other stakeholders on the islands, especially on St. John's Island, such as the research institutes, the St. John's Island National Marine Lab, the Marine Aquaculture Center. So there are parts of the island that are off limits to the public. NParks is also a major stakeholder on the island, given that the western portion of St. John's Island falls within the domain of the Sisters Island Marine Park. The SLA also manages the dormitories and holiday chalets and villas on St. John's Island. Some of these dormitories were established as part of the quarantine station that the British built in 1874 after the cholera outbreak of 1873 on an incoming ship. This made the British realize that the importance of having a quarantine station where visitors on incoming ships could be held before they were allowed on the mainland itself. These were mainly those from China and India, although there were also quarantine stations for those returning from the Hajj and other places. It was one of the largest quarantine stations that was built during the British Empire, and was even compared to Ellis Island in New York. So, and in 1900s, it was also used as a quarantine station for dogs when the rabies outbreak happened in Singapore on the mainland. Subsequently, the quarantine station were also used as an opium treatment center, a drug rehabilitation center, a refugee camp, and possibly a political detention center for anti-British elements in the past. So this was when the islands still belonged to colonial British. But going to the islands today, there are storyboards that give you a bit of the cultural and natural history of the island. NPALS also organizes public tours, and for those seeking to explore the islands on their own, there are printed guides as well. At the St. John's Island National Marine Lab, there is the Visitors Gallery where you can learn about the marine park and the natural heritage of the island. But for the most part, people go to the Southern Islands to fish, to swim, to relax by the beach at Lazarus, or to picnic. It is amazing how the popularity of the islands has soared since Singaporeans have not been encouraged to travel out of the country. But yeah, as I mentioned, it is basically a way to get a respite from the hustle of urban life, and also allow us to appreciate nature and feel as if you're on holiday. One of the objectives of the project was to evaluate the ways in which these three islands have been heritagized and heritagescaped. We found limits in terms of how this has been done, and I will just mention a few of them here in the interest of time. Firstly, there is the fact that much of the information that is provided tend to be on the natural heritage of the island. This is something that you get from many of the storyboards and from the tours that are conducted by national parks. There are also a lot of heritage tree signs everywhere, and these are all good for those seeking to appreciate the nature of the islands, but not so much if you're looking for the cultural history and cultural heritage of the islands. The reason for this was because it was all spearheaded by national parks and supported by groups like the Friends of the Marine Park, etc. I mean, these groups and institutions have done a very good job, except for the fact that much of the cultural heritage is now largely lost to public memory. For example, not many will know that there used to be 3 islands, each with their own histories. They disembark at the pier on St. John's Island, and they can even walk to the other 2 islands, and many of them will still think that they are on one island. And this is basically something that I've uncovered by talking to some of the people who have actually visited the islands the last few months. They will not know that the islands used to have Malay names, Pulau Sekijang Bendera for St. John's Island, or that Lazarus Island used to be known as Pulau Sekijang Pelepah. They will not know how these names came about, that the name Sekijang refers to a barking deer that used to be on the islands, at least according to legend, although records have not really indicated that there were barking deers on the island, or that the name Lazarus is in reference to the lazaretto that was built as part of the quarantine station, where the quarantine cemetery was located. So there's a lot of all these stories that you currently will not be able to find just by looking at the boards that you find on the islands. Some of the boards also ignore the cultural history of tangible sites on the island. Even though there are boards that mention, for instance, the quarantine station history, some boards like the one at the top of the hill here only talks about the intertidal area, but without mentioning how it was also where the former superintendent of the island office used to be. Yeah. So there are heritage tree markers all over the islands I mentioned, but no mention about the structures that used to be in their midst. So this is a picture of some of the rubble that we uncovered in the surrounding forest where former quarters of the workers of the quarantine station used to stay, right? So we looked at all these old maps, old pictures, and then we bashed through the jungles, and we were able to find traces of where these structures used to be. So walking the ground was actually very useful in that respect. Going to the island, we do not get the sense that there were also many other buildings there, such as the watchtower that you can see over here, which is no longer there, the store warehouse over here, which is again not there anymore, post office, disinfectant station, where new arrivals had to go through before joining the general quarantine station population. There are markers on the ground that lead you to different parts of St. John's Island, the colorful markers that you find on the island itself, but not many know that there used to be track marks at the jetty for trolleys that lead from the jetty to the store warehouse as seen in this picture. So it would actually come from the jetty. At that time, they didn't have shelters, and it would lead you to the storehouse where a lot of things would be kept. The issue here is that there are many things on the island that are not visible anymore. Thus, without markers or indications, they are lost to living and public memory. This points towards the tendency to focus only on heritage elements that are still visibly there, but at the expense of sites that are no longer there, even as stories and evidence about them emerges when one digs through the archives or speak to the former islanders. It is worse on Lazarus Island. People go to the island via the causeway to the beach, but as they enter the island, this is the view that they will see, right? This does not at all indicate how in the past this was the view that would have greeted them, right? There were a total of about 100 inhabitants on the island, mainly Malays, although there are Chinese families there, and they were found in 44 houses divided over 2 villages. Most of them were fishermen, although many also worked on St. John's Island, which was an easy boat right away. Yet these islanders were forced to move to the mainland in the 1970s as part of the redevelopment plans for the islands. And so there is no trace of them except for a few lines on a storyboard located on SJI's or St. John's Island side of the causeway, right? So there are no boards on the on Lazarus Island, on Seringat Island, and so every trace of the heritage that used to be there or the history that used to be there is no longer visible. But through the oral histories and interviews with former islanders, we collected many stories about the lives of the villagers who used to be there. Many used to settle near Pulau Seringat because of the ease in catching fish. So Pulau Seringat is further up here before they actually moved to Lazarus. So they had to move to Lazarus Island when the tides of Seringat became too high. This map from the 1970s shows just how complex the villages there were. With a clinic, you have a mosque down here, you have the Pulau Sekijang Pelepah Malay School, cemeteries, a couple of cemeteries there, and so on, right? So talking to the former islanders revealed different facets of their lives, ranging from medicine, kampung living, religious beliefs, transport, community life, hauntings, and inter-island activities. There were a lot of ghost stories that were actually told through the interviews as well. For instance, every year, islanders from 5 of these islands would come together and participate in a series of friendly competition and games known as Pesta 5S, or the 5S Festival, the 5S referring to the names of the islands involved. Yeah, so even though you have these islands as separate, they do come together from time to time to socialize, to mingle, and also to develop bonds among islanders from the different islands. And yet, even for tangible heritage that are still there, many are not known much about. If you have been to St. John's Island, you would have noticed this stretch of mass toilets. Many would assume these were part of the former quarantine station, but actually they were built much later in 1998 in anticipation of refugees coming in from Indonesia during the fall of Suharto, right? So it was something that did not happen until much later after the quarantine station was closed down. Nearby, there are also traces of quarantine dormitories that are no longer there. You can see here, torn down for whatever reason, even though the foundations are still in existence. And then you basically have other structures. You find there were, these other structures over here. You have the mosque is still there, which were catered to the people who are working on the islands over time. And there is also a school nearby. Up the hill behind the mosque, you can also find the teachers' quarters. So many of these structures do not have roofs there because of the asbestos infestation that took place there a couple of years ago. But I'm hoping that the roofs will be brought back very soon. Yeah. So some structures are there, but not accessible to the general public or hidden in the dense foliage of the island, such as a cluster of buildings that were part of the medical facilities at the quarantine station, but now used as staff accommodation for those working at the Marine Aquaculture Center. There is a moon gate structure that is now within a restricted part of the island. And the moon gate used to serve as a gateway to a lagoon, along with a pagoda structure you can see here that's no longer there. The roof, probably made of thatch, is also no longer there. By the foundations, we can see tiled designs depicting things like a barking deer, fish, birds, snakes, boats, probably in reference to the natural surrounding and the lives of the people who built them. it's not yet clear who built these back in the 1950s. So while these sites were actually discovered primarily from a careful reading of archival maps and newsprints, it was only through walking the ground were we able to discover them as still existing. It is hoped that by documenting these finds, we will be able to ensure their preservation in the long run. Having said that, many of these structures are located in areas that either restricted access or dangerous to get to. Members of the public are not advised to seek them out unless you want to end up like the two boys who got lost looking for the Japanese shrine at MacRitchie Reservoir. I'm sure you've read that, the Straits Times. Thus, through involving the former islanders and walking the ground, we were able to find out more about the islands than by just relying on the archives. Yeah, so many of these stories were also not known before and provide much needed heritage from below about the Southern Islands, specifically St. John's, Lazarus, and Suriname. As part of the project, we had an exhibition at the NUS Museum to disseminate stories about the cultural heritage of the islands. We also invited former islanders to share their stories on the exhibits themselves. We organized a workshop about the island heritages and development, as well as in conjunction with the Sentosa Development Corporation, conducted tours for the public as part of the bicentennial celebrations last year. We also contributed to the documentary, The Islands That Made Us. In all these situations, what we tried to do was not only to foreground more of the cultural heritage of the islands, but also show how the cultural and the natural heritage of the islands are intertwined with one another. That you cannot really talk about one without referring to the other. Right, so there are a lot of these things that actually came out in terms of the dissemination of findings from the project. Aside from these activities, which were carried out towards the end of the project last year, I'm also working with NParks to refurbish the St. John's Island Visitors Gallery to make it more balanced in terms of its coverage of the island's cultural and natural heritage and how these are interrelated. I also help out in the National Parks Board broader island survey to document all the islands in the south. And in December 2020, a section of St. John's will also be converted into an outdoor laboratory to be named Berendera Bay, where students and researchers alike can come down and learn about the cultural and natural heritage of the island. So look out for that. I'm also working with National Parks to insert more of the stories and cultural heritage of the islands in their tours. Right? So to conclude, it is clear that the heritajization and heritage-scaping processes on the three islands have largely privileged the natural over the cultural, the tangible over the intangible, history over the oral memories of the people who used to live there. Through the project, we have sought to first foreground the cultural heritage of the islands and the ways in which this is also closely intertwined with the natural heritage of the islands. After all, the lives of the former islanders were very much part of their surroundings in terms of using nature for food, medicine, and also used as everyday tools. And beyond the visitors gallery, I also hope to help NParks change the storyboards to provide a more balanced approach to telling the stories of the islands. The new storyboards, and supplemented with a guide, would also ideally include information about tangible heritage that is still there, as well as stories about sites that are no longer there. So just like the heritage tree markers, you can actually have cultural heritage markers to indicate what these buildings were actually used for in the past. There should also be information about the sites that are presently not accessible to the public. As for the areas that are too dangerous for people to visit, you can also basically have markers located in safer places where they can still appreciate the heritage without actually going down and putting themselves in harm's way. In the long run, we also hope for a proper heritage gallery to be built, where visitors can learn not only about the three islands, but all the islands that constitute the southern and western islands. These are just some of the plans on the island, and I hope that we will get the necessary support and funds to pursue them, especially now that the islands have become so popular with Singaporeans. In fact, these islands should be promoted as the rustic getaway in the south to complement the well-known Pulau Ubin as the rustic getaway in the northeast. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, Hamza. Thank you for bringing those very delightful archival photographs and micro-histories, which so many of us are unaware of. Thank you. Let me invite our fourth and last speaker for this panel, Assistant Professor Zdravko Trivik. Zdravko's paper for today is titled Community Arts and Culture Initiatives in Singapore, spatial opportunities and impacts. Welcome, Zdravko.
Hi, Priya. Hello, everyone. I hope you hear me and I hope you see the slides. Okay, great. So I'm very pleased to share today one of my recently completed research in collaboration with the National Arts Council and the Center for Sustainable Asian Cities at the School of Design and Environment on community arts and culture initiatives in Singapore. And for today's presentation and this particular research was mainly focused on Arts and Culture Nodes Initiative, which was initiated by the NAC in 2011. Slide says 2012, sorry. And the main aim of this particular initiative was to bring quality arts closer to the communities where the communities live, work, and play, to engage communities in regular arts programs, to enrich the public life, and eventually to build stronger community bonds. And the main idea was essentially to go beyond the city center and the formal arts venues such as museums, art galleries, and theaters, and to engage an array of different neighborhood amenities and public spaces in the heartlands. And this was done by creating a fairly comprehensive network of different arts and culture nodes or node partners with different amenities in the neighborhood, including libraries, community clubs, recreational clubs, but also non-government organizations and corporate organizations. And in March 2020, there have already been 21 nodes across the island, and the vision is to increase this to 22 by next year. The focus of this particular 2 years long study was on 5 touch points or arts and culture nodes and their neighborhoods, including Woodlands Regional Library, Kallang CC, Safra Jurong, my community, which has recently not been part of the arts and culture node program as well, and Bedok Town Square. All these different nodes are very, very different in terms of their maturity, in terms of how they engage the spaces and programs in the communities around them, but they do have or bring different kind of spices to the entire network. So the key research questions of this study was framed in three main parts. The first was really about how can spaces be activated through arts and culture, and what are the spatial opportunities in the local neighborhoods to do so. The second part and the second question was really about what are the impacts of arts and culture initiatives and events in the neighborhood, and how can they be measured? And finally, the third part was really about the strengthening the node strategy and understanding how it can go, how it can further develop in the future. And I really appreciate the very first presentation by TC Chang, who elaborated on creative placemaking and really brings creates a kind of background for this this presentation as well. So the conceptual framework for this study was framed by 3 key questions. What can space do for the arts? What can arts do for space? And finally, what can arts and space together do for the community, and vice versa? And in developing this conceptual framework, we really looked into 3 key concepts, including cultural ecology, placemaking and creative placemaking, and participation in the arts to answer those questions. However, I come from architecture and urban design background, and when we started this study, we told NAC this is where we're comfortable, where we are comfortable with, and we will start with space. And this has been prompted by the concept by the Danish architect and urban designer, who was essentially saying that the intensity of social activities in a particular space depends on how conducive that space is for different types of activities. That doesn't have to necessarily apply to necessary activities like going to work or buying groceries, where we don't really necessarily depend on the quality of the spaces. However, for the optional and social activities, such as arts and cultural activities, we need a little bit more conducive spaces. And the key idea was really to try and help NAC and the node partners to engage the environments beyond their own premises and to really have some idea of what are the spaces in their neighborhood that are more suitable for arts and culture events and activities. And this has been done through a series of mapping that we call 3 filters or 3 aspects. In the first filter, we really mapped out all the general spatial conditions of spaces in the neighborhood, including their scale or size, level of enclosure, and the ground surfaces. And what you see here is the map of Woodlands Regional Library neighborhood. Neighborhood here is defined by 5 meters walking distance radius from the neighborhood center, the node, which is in the center. And one of the initial results was this spatial opportunity scale, where the darker the shade of gray somehow indicates the higher suitability for arts and culture events. However, this is not refined yet. The second filter, we also mapped out pedestrian activity in the neighborhood, where people move and where they gather and for how long and who are these people. And eventually, once we imposed these 2 filters or these 2 sets of maps, 4 key categories of spaces emerged. The first category, category A, are the spaces that are both near the movement paths and the stationary activities. These are spaces at the prominent locations, and NAC is already utilizing them very well in many neighborhoods. And these are next to shopping malls, MRT stations, and then so forth. And these spaces are good for broadening and diversifying the arts audience, because there's due to their accessibility and visibility. The category B spaces are spaces that are away from the movement paths, but they do have stationary activities. These are spaces that could be found near the food courts or playgrounds or sports courts in the neighborhood. And these spaces might be good for facilitating social bonding and deepening the arts engagement. However, they may not necessarily be as accessible as the category A spaces. The third category C are the spaces that are near the movement paths or part of the movement paths, such as covered walkways or pavilions surrounding them, but they don't really have stationary activity nor anything that would invite people to stay longer in these spaces and to engage with the arts. And the strategy proposed here is to provide people a reason to pose and engage with the arts. And it's also suitable for various types of small pop-up sneak preview kind of events that would advertise the events that are that are being held in maybe less accessible venues in the neighborhood or in an indoor environment. And finally, the category D spaces are spaces that we typically call white elephants. These are usually spaces that are such as amphitheaters or roofs of the car parks or even the ground floor car parks that sometimes have really good spatial conditions. However, they are rarely utilized and they are not really part of the mobility network, and people don't really use it in many ways. And we still see the opportunity to engage these spaces, but with higher kind of publicity regarding these events. The step 3 or the filter 3 was really about understanding these pre-selected spaces in a more detailed way and evaluate them according to the criteria for good public space and the suitability for arts and cultural events and activities. This has been done through literature review, various frameworks, and highly influenced by another framework of mine, which we call Urban Space Framework, which focuses on hardware, software, and hardware qualities of public space, which refer to spatial, functional, and perceptual, and organizational or management aspect of public spaces. And this really served to understand in more detail whether specific pre-selected spaces are suitable and for what kind of genre of community arts activity. The main outcome of this phase of the research is the guide entitled Bringing Arts into the Neighborhood, Choosing the Right Space and Strategy, which was really created to support the growth of arts and culture ecology in the neighborhood and help arts event organizers, but also other stakeholders to choose the most suitable arts events in the neighborhood, to choose strategies to activate public spaces in a way that would also engage and benefit the community. And one of the good examples of arts ecology already created in the neighborhood is the Kalang Sisi and its neighborhood, which is one of the first, if not the first, arts and culture node partner in this program. And throughout the time, for almost 10 years now, they have engaged a number of spaces within and beyond their premises. And they have also created a huge pool of arts interest groups, volunteers who are constantly being engaged in activating public spaces within and around the premises of the community club. So the second part of research was the impact study. And when we started doing this, we really asked, okay, what impacts, on whom, by whom, how to capture them, whether are we even able to talk about long-term impacts, since this is a very, very short-term study and a relatively new initiative. And we started with reviewing and collecting different types of indicators for the impacts across the literature and frameworks. And we collected about 200 impact indicators database, which excludes economic impact indicators, which was beyond the scope of this study. We further analyzed and shortlisted them and finally refined and validated them together with the node partners and the residents. And the result is the Neighborhood Arts and Cultural Impact Assessment Framework, or the NAISHA framework, which eventually has only 20 key indicators. So this is how the framework looks like. I will not go through each of these indicators, but it is important to understand that the framework recognizes two domains. The first are the attributes and the second are the impacts. So the 10 indicators and the attributes really serve to describe certain conditions framed around the arts and cultural activities and events, and they do not necessarily refer to impacts that are felt by and reported by the community. So for instance, the number of programs and the frequency of programs may not really say anything about the impacts, maybe about, to a certain extent, about the success of the events, but not really about the impact. So in this particular study, we are what we consider impacts are mostly intrinsic impacts that are felt and reported by the community. We applied this framework in two sets of impact assessment through pilot and final study, with almost 20 events, more than 500 surveys, 10 focus group discussions with residents, and a number of interviews with node partners, event organizers, and artists. And I will go quickly through some of the key findings from this study. In terms of hardware, it should be noted that all the node partners have overall utilized diverse spaces within and around their premises, however, to different extent. This is important, and why I highlight my community at Tanglin Hold in Queenstown and Kalang CC is because this is later affecting the impacts quite a lot. In terms of space suitability, over 80% of the surveyed residents describe the spaces as suitable or very suitable. However, the perception of space suitability really depends on the type of activity and event, whether it's a performing event or a workshop. And on the other hand, the group of users that we call art lovers seem to be more demanding regarding the quality of space because they don't like being distracted by many things happening in a space during an arts event. They want to concentrate on the content. In terms of space accessibility, 90% of participants are in favor of having arts events closer to home. And this especially applies to elderly and mothers with young children who find sometimes going to the city center for an arts event time and money consuming, and sometimes it's the issue with the accessibility as well. Accessibility also here refers to convenience and the presence of other activities surrounding arts and culture events, including dining and shopping and so forth, so that the residents can combine their arts activity with other activities in a synergetic way. In terms of software of program attributes, I have to say that arts and culture programs availability and quality was quite high across different nodes. And I also have to say that these 5 particular nodes do not necessarily represent the diversity of programs that is happening all around the network. However, one of the key issues is the irregularity of these programs, not necessarily the frequency, but irregularity. Sometimes there are peaks of programs that are clustered one by one almost every day, and sometimes there is a huge kind of gap time-wise in reference to that. It is also important to say, and this again maybe refers to what TC Chang was talking about, is that many residents don't necessarily find all creative activities as arts, and they see it as a kind of a lower arts. And some participants also associate the quality of arts events with whether the event is accessible free of charge, or even if there is no pre-registration, it also doesn't mean it's quality art. So this came up from the focus group discussions. In terms of participation and attendance, it shows that the node strategy was quite successful in reaching out to new audience. Over 70% of the residents were new timers, the first timers, and 40% incidental audience. However, it is still a challenge to attract audience to come back. The repeat audience is a challenge. In terms of domain 2 and the impacts, the first domain is the spatial domain, and most of the residents stated that arts and culture events bring vibrancy and place identity to their neighborhood. They also feel more attached to both the space and the people around them, the community. And sometimes these events also allow for the familiar spaces to be seen from a new perspective, or also incentivizes people to go beyond their neighborhood and explore HDB neighborhoods that have never visited before. Another spatial impact are also temporary and permanent changes to spaces happening around these events. There were not this many of these in these particular nodes. However, it has been observed that temporary stages, seating, colorful lighting, noise, or rather sound, brings people together before and after the events. They utilize the spaces and the amenities that are provided there in a more spontaneous way. And sometimes There are also synergies between different activities going around, where, for instance, in the first image, you can see that the food court outdoor seating serves as an extended audience space for the arts event. In terms of social impacts and social bonding, we asked people with whom they attended the event, and a huge majority of them, over 70%, come with their family and friends, and only 28% come alone. And when we asked them whether they communicated with anyone, most of them said that they spoke with the people that they already know. Some percentage, around 20%, claimed that they made new friends. So in that sense, we can say that arts and culture events support strengthening and building new social network within the neighborhood, or at least it has that capacity. We were quite surprised by this particular finding from the survey. It also shows that through arts and culture events, people can go through all stages of neighboring, from familiarization with strangers, passive face-to-face contact, to mutual recognition, and finally shared experiences, further interaction, and friendship. The majority of the residents also stated that they feel greater pride in the community, as well as they appreciate different cultures, which I think is quite important for the multicultural society like Singapore. There were also anecdotal evidences on educational and positive emotions or well-being impacts among the residents. One of the residents, for instance, said that Singaporeans got no life. We are not happy, so this brings life back to us. But they were sometimes more specific to what extent arts events really enrich their knowledge about arts, as well as their overall health and well-being, especially among the elderly. Many of the residents did mention that attending arts and cultural activities in the neighborhood does deepen their interest in the arts, and many of them wanted to be mentored by the artists and to showcase their work with their fellow community members and the artists together at more prime venues, either in the neighborhood or elsewhere around the island. However, the surveys still showed that almost 85% of the participants are still in favor of passive consumption of the arts, and only a handful of people actually expressed their desire to be volunteers in arts and cultural activities, and even less to be performance in them. And the main outcome of this phase of research is the guide for assessing the impacts of bringing arts into the neighborhood, which essentially serves, again, arts event organizers, but also other stakeholders to frame and evaluate their impacts, to gather feedback from the community regarding the programs that they are creating and offering, to understand and plan their future activities, as well as to document history of achievements that supports the funding from other agencies or the government in the future. Finally, I don't have conclusion for this presentation, so please feel to ask any further questions. I would just want to say that the guides I just mentioned are available online on NAC's website. And I also, this research was covered in very recently, fresh out of the oven book by Routledge. So I hope you will have a chance to browse through and maybe hopefully enjoy some parts of it. So at the end, I would just like to thank you for inviting me into this great sharing session. And I would like to thank again the National Arts Council for their continuous support throughout and beyond this particular project. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Zdravko. So I see that the question and answer window, we have one question, which is for TC, and then there is one more. Before we get to those questions, could I just open up the conversation, let's say for about 5 to 7 minutes between us, and then invite members of the audience, or I will read out their questions. I'd like to address my observations and first set of questions to Zdravko and TC's papers, since there are so many overlaps between your research and observations. So both of you are observing the intersections between artistic or cultural production, physical spaces within Singapore, spaces in terms of neighborhoods or void decks, and of course, the third node is the community. So you are essentially investigating the social engagement that comes via these artistic or cultural projects. Now, Zdravko, your paper gives me a sense that the spatial opportunities, processes, and goals are very well realized through your case studies, which are mostly led by the stat boards, NAC or NHB. And your paper is also very hopeful in terms of the social engagement that is achieved through these different cultural events. But TC, of course, by nature of the kind of projects that you're studying, where we are looking at independent artists or artist collectives who make an intervention on their own in public spaces, it seems like both are under-realized, the spatial and the social dimensions and impact. So could you both come in and comment on how your case studies are different, and why should one see the realization and the impact of spatial and social goals to the extent that we see it, and why in the in the other instance it should be underachieved or under-realized? Maybe Zdravko, you want to go first?
Yes, I can go first. I have to say that the Arts and Culture Nodes initiative is mainly about programming. It's mostly about performing arts. And even from the spatial point of view, we could really just look at, not just, but mostly look at how well different types of spaces in the neighborhood are utilized as part of the larger kind of arts ecology from that kind of spatial infrastructure point of view. And I wouldn't necessarily say that this is, I gave an example of the good practice of the Kalang CC, but many other node partners, mainly because some of them are very new. They've been just part of the program for 1 year or less when we jumped in, and it was very difficult to actually understand. And they were also sensing what they have, how they can use it, and how they can further engage the community. So in many of these, when we spoke with the node partners, they were essentially all of them saying that their idea and goal was to somehow bridge this gap, not the gap, but rather, between the NAC and the community itself to serve as a mediator and eventually allow the residents to at least utilize the spaces that they provide, if not help them to utilize the spaces within the neighborhood for the more ground up kind of initiatives. That, I have to say, didn't happen much, or very, very little, in the same way that TC Chang was noticing. And this is also because most of the node partners would also go for very prime locations in the neighborhood. Even if they are public spaces, they are very contested. They also have to apply for the permissions. They have to compete with other more commercial events going on in these spaces. And of course, there is always a room to go beyond that and try to actually utilize other spaces that are a little bit more accessible to them and maybe to the community as well. And in such a way also deepen the interaction rather than just attracting a larger number of people. So in that sense, I think even on the spatial scale, spatial aspect, it's going there. And we were all, I mean, I have to say, beyond this particular strategy, we looked at all other programs that are available in the neighborhood, including the Passion Arts movement by the PA and a few other movements by HDB and the URA, including My Favorite Place and so forth. So we looked the arts and culture ecology not isolated to this particular initiative, but rather how they complement other activities happening in the neighborhood. So for some residents, it was very difficult to recognize or differentiate this program from that program. And for us, that was good, but not necessarily maybe for NAC, because they wanted to develop the identity of this program among the residents. But we felt that the impact is actually stronger because people don't care what the program is about. They care about the quality of the activities that they are engaged with. And in terms of the social aspects, I have to also be quite careful here and sensitive here. There were indicators about this, but this also happened mostly and mainly in more informal venues, and also in the more established nodes, which do have regular events. So people do come regularly, almost like Kalang CC has events every last Saturday of the month. People immediately know they don't have to look for any information about it. They simply spontaneously gather there, and that serves as a rather social event sometimes rather than an arts event. I hope I gave some clarifications on that.
Yes, thanks, Sidravko. TC, would you like to come in and comment?
Yeah, sure. I think it's not entirely unrealized. If you look at both the social and spatial goals, perhaps it's the social goals which are not realized, but the spatial goals have been realized. If indeed the spatial goals of void deck galleries is to make a place more attractive, more conducive for people hanging around, that has been realized. I also had an example of a resident committee member saying how students from a particular school were always gathering in a void deck and littering. So what they did was the resident committee involved the school students to be the people painting on the walls. And the immediate effect is there's greater sense of ownership, much less littering. So as far as spatial goals are concerned, I think actually the void deck galleries have fulfilled the agenda of making a place certainly more beautiful, greater sense of pride and ownership. I suppose the social cultural goals are a bit more difficult because it involves people, right? And while it's easier to decorate a place, it's far more difficult to break down barriers, talk to people beyond just saying hello. But I think there is hope, which is why I want to end on a hopeful note. Priya, although her golden staircase was dismantled, was actually invited by her MP to set up her work, a different type of work in a different site. And likewise, as I gave you example of Mr. Orr. So it's not a case of totally shut down and full stop, a period to your art initiative. It's more a case of, well, you didn't get the permission, and that site that you had chosen on your own, probably not the most ideal. Could we offer you another site? So in the end, my hopefulness is perhaps it's a conversation and a dialogue that needs to be had between artists, independent artists, and also, in this case, members of parliament, resident committees, and HDB. And maybe, if that's the case, the social goals can also be fulfilled alongside its spatial goals. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, TC. So I'll move to Robin. Robin, you told us about the kind of subversive associations, the subversiveness that theatre or theatrical practice is usually associated with. So there is already that mindset or that perception that you're trying to rectify. And then on the other, you also told us about the proposition to allow practice or theatrical practice in your case to be recognized as research. How would you address these two areas, especially given the subversive association of theater? How would you sort of fight that or rectify that and then move on to the new proposition of allowing practice to be recognized as research?
Thank you for that, Priya. One of the things that we need to clarify about practice research is that it's not theater making, it's not art making. Art making itself is art making. Practice research, the research is the artistic practice itself. So the output of the artistic practice could be a component in which constitutes the body of research that this project puts forward. So for example, what I tried to do, which again is very prototypical, is to put out a lecture performance in itself. That required licensing, so on and so forth. So it would still need to, if presented in Singapore, go through the exact same rigor and processes that any kind of performance would allow. So I think then there are ways to look at artistic practices as research without too much of an emphasis on the creative output. So I think then that there is way to negotiate that. So I don't, again, what Nelson talked about quite, what he defended quite rigorously is the notion that that if you put out a performance, that's it, that's my research. To him, that's not research, that is artistic practice. Practice research means that you need to frame it, you need to have additional material to support that output in order for it to be validated as research. So I think it's fairly new. I think a lot of controversy, people are confused by what it is, and artists are quite resistant to it because they think, well, then it will compromise my creative impulse if I... Yes and no. I think it's just another way of thinking about research and thinking about creative output. But thank you for the question, Priya.
Thanks, Robin. Thank you. Hamza, my last question is for you. You spoke about the uneven documentation that accompanies the Southern Islands. So you said that there was more weightage given to the natural history and natural heritage over the cultural heritage aspects. And a lot of this, of course, has to do with the way in which we classify knowledge and, who owns or who lays claim to the Southern Islands and its management and so on. So you said that the National Parks Board had perhaps a bigger role to play in documenting the natural heritage. But now, of course, scholars and researchers such as yourself are working closely with the National Heritage Board to rectify that imbalance. So could you comment on, how would you all come in and address this imbalance in documentation that has happened thus far?
Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Priya. First of all, can I just say that I really enjoyed all the presentations, and I think there is a common line that goes through all the different presentations here in terms of how the people can actually be more involved in arts practices or heritage making practices, so on and so forth. Yes, so I think it's to do with the ways in which knowledge is actually laid claim by certain people, but it's also because of the different mandates that different organizations have with regards to the heritage that you have. So when you actually have National Parks Board, of course, their mandate is nature, right? So you basically have a lot of that being focused because that's basically where the expertise lie. But there is also this tendency to forget that there are other stakeholders that are sort of like making heritage on their own at their level, which is not really made very public. Because if you look at if you check with the islanders, the former islanders, they actually go down to the islands and they still talk about their times living on the islands, right? So heritage is still being made, but from below, right? So so there is a need to try to pay more attention to these kind of stories that are being told by the people on the ground. And I think it's also related to the fact that the heritage is no longer tangible. So if you go down there, you don't actually have these traces over there. And people are very visual creatures. So if they don't see anything in front of them, they don't even start to think about what may have been there in the past. So, so I think there is definitely a lot of scope for trying to not only uncover and document this heritage, but also to put it out there. National Heritage Board has been great in terms of providing the support for doing this research. But right now, I've been busy working with the National Parks Board because they are sort of like doing a lot of things on the island, right? So I'm just trying to intervene as and when I can to try to make sure that that there is a balance between the cultural and natural heritage being presented on the islands. And they've been very open about it. I'm so glad. But I think it's not so much the intention to totally sideline cultural heritage, but it's just that it doesn't really come into their purview of what they're actually trying to do on the islands. So you do need people to come in and sort of like say, hey, you need to talk about that too, and not just about things that you're very knowledgeable about.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Hamza. Okay, so I think we could move to the questions from the audience. We have one from Louisa Meku for TC. I'm not sure. TC, are you able to read the question? But I'm told, I have to read it aloud, so I will do it for the benefit of everyone. Thanks very much for your presentation. I was amused by the various quotes, although not entirely surprised. Given your encounters with the various stakeholders, including the state, and your conclusion on an optimistic note of community assertiveness, to what extent do you think there is potential for placemaking through art to move from superficiality and tokenism of community participation towards more hardware, say along the lines of Yves Foutuan's idea of place as fields of care? What do you think can be done?
I think there is quite a bit of hope. And I say that because increasingly we are moving away from official arts organizations and art collectors, which is, I think, a question that Kenneth Paul Tan also asked a bit lower down in the question and answer, the question section. We are moving increasingly away from art collectors and art organizations to educational institutions. I can think of, for example, Parking Day, where car parks are taken over for artistic and creative expressions now. This has been pioneered by SUTD, students in SUTD, of course, with support from URA and so forth, since 7 years ago. Then we have Little India Art Walk, which was spearheaded by LaSalle College of the Arts, of course, with help from Singapore Tourism Board. And this has been since 2015. So I think it also, to answer Kenneth Paul's question on the dominance of arts organizations, yes, in the past, arts organizations would be the immediate player that you turn to, but increasingly what is hopeful is educational institutions. And I already mentioned that in Macpherson, they also turn to a particular school to get the students involved. And I see that as one way in which art, what is being created is not just, in a way, curated works by an expert, but works that come from the ground. Now, in this case, the ground doesn't just mean the common person, right? The layman, laywoman, but rather an in-between group, which would be art students. So in LaSalle, it would be students in a 3-year art Bachelor of Arts program. So they are a lay person in a sense, and at the same time, not exactly a lay person. And I think maybe this common ground is where most of my hope lies. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, TC. The second question is from Irene to Zdravko. Your impact assessment is event-based. Did you study the impact at a more macro level, i.e. impact on the whole community rather than just event goers? Sounds like one aim of the research is how to better use community spaces, better for arts and cultural appreciation. But community spaces are also close to people's homes. So I wonder how non-attendees feel about them. Example, increased noise, crowds, and mess, and usage of parks and sports spaces for arts and cultural activities. I think this is a concern in densely populated Singapore with great competition for space and privacy.
All right, thank you so much, Irene. I think this is an important question and it is addressed in the book as well. However, I mean, I believe the answer is quite short to this one. No, we didn't do a larger macro study of the community. However, it doesn't mean we didn't get answers regarding this, even from the event goers or those who were accidentally there and still ready to do a survey and talk to us. So we did get some of these kind of adverse or not so positive impact related observations. And actually within our third filter that I explained, in the first part of the talk, the assessment of the qualities of public space and the suitability for arts included all these potentially problematic areas for holding events. So it was already inscribed in that sense. So we didn't get that many negative observations, precisely because we didn't necessarily go beyond the events themselves. But we did get some, and we did get some from the artists as well, because they also have a different kind of understanding of what is it to perform in the public space and how that impacts their performance itself, sometimes also negatively. So I completely agree. This is an important question, and it should be done. It is to some extent done by the NAC and the state on the larger level with the island-wide surveys on impacts of the arts, but not to the detail that is maybe needed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Zdravko. In the interest of an even spread of questions for all our speakers, I'm going to move to Juria's question for Hamza and then Kenneth's question for Robin, if that's all right. And then we could come back to more questions for TC and Zdravko. So Hamza, this question is for you. You mentioned that the Lazarus Islanders who lived nearby Seringat had to move away because the tide became too high. Did the islanders elaborate on the causes of the tidal surge and whether it's anthropogenic or natural?
Thanks a lot, Julia, for that question. First of all, just a caveat, I mean, there's still a lot to be researched about the islands. Going to this, the question specifically, we were not really looking at, the reasons for why they moved, right? They basically said that, that the tides were actually too high and therefore they could not stay on Seringat anymore. So they moved to Lazarus Island, which is quite close by. Having said that, the people that we spoke to basically said this in relation to what they heard the older generation say. And this has been one of the limitations of the research in terms of talking to the former islanders, because they were kids, right, when they were living on the islands, which meant that they don't really know much about what happened in the past. And the shift from Seringat to Lazarus actually took place a long time ago. So they were not able to give us really a lot of information about that. But I think that if we were to look into the documents about, the old maps and the sea level rises and reductions, then you will be able to find that answer. So I can't really answer that question for you, Julia. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Hamza. So we have a question for Robin. I imagine theatre Yes, okay. I imagine theatre companies must be experimenting more deeply with online or hybrid modes of performance. And if this advances more fully and seriously in a pandemic future, what would it mean for archival possibilities?
Kenneth, thank you for the question. And by the way, I'm a huge fan. So I just want to, the whole digitalization fund initiative that NAC has launched is still very much output oriented. So the granting of it for digital archiving, we have no idea how that, well, expectedly, nobody knows how that is how that grant is given out. So I think then that's a problem in terms of the archival possibilities, because again, it seems to favor projects with a showcase element, which a lot of archival doesn't. Archival is really about, okay, I've got all this material now, I've got the opportunity to do something to kind of organize it in a way. So that's one. Two, the quantum is very, very, very low, 5 to 10,000. For a theater company to seriously digitalize its work, it needs more than that. So I think right now it's still, I mean, if I may, I would like to just share screen. This is what is put up there in terms of the digitalization presentation grant for the arts, right? So if you look at what is happening out there, it's still very much about presentation. So I don't know what the possibilities are, but I think this is a good opportunity, and there is some funding for theater companies to seriously consider either packaging, reorganizing what they have, because it's their assets, right? It's their cultural capital, basically. The same issue with what I think Hamza is talking about. How do we document it? It's all going to be lost, right? And so maybe this is an opportunity, but I really think that in order for this to have more traction, I think more money and more expertise needs to be put in. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. Okay, so we have one more question from Kenneth for TC. What was the official process that enabled social creatives to get to do this community artwork? And did you get a sense of what kinds of negotiations and compromises took place between the state, arts organizations, and residents? Were there other art organizations that tried to do this but were not allowed or approved?
I think social creators, thanks Kenneth, social creators was very early into the game. They were established in 2006 when there were no other art collectors that were doing these kinds of curated walls by commission, as well as volunteers work. So as far as I know it, all three void, well actually for certain, all three void deck galleries had social creatives involved. And how it came about was because of the success of the first, the one with Van Gogh, which then led on to them being asked again by a different member of parliament, a different MP and a different resident committee to do the American pop art, and then subsequently the Cubism, the Picasso one in Jurong. So I'm not sure, perhaps in the early 2010s, perhaps there were no other art collectors that were doing these kinds of things, on the one hand. On the other hand, talking to the founder of Social Creators, when he speaks about his relationship with RCs and MPs, it sounded very close. It sounded like they were working so closely with one another to a point that it's also this degree of familiarity that he is a tested and proven entity that led on to the second and third, and after that, subsequently, a whole lot more commissions. I'm not sure whether there were other competitors who were not allowed into play, so to speak, right? But I think the negotiation of the relationship between social creative and the powers that be extremely close. The final point, what is the relationship with the residents, I must admit, is very prescriptive. When I spoke to social creators, they were very clear that you cannot paint outside, you know, the margins. Neither can you decide, well, I don't want yellow. I decide number 7 will be pink. Well, if you have to do it, the last 20% will just change it over, right? So in that sense, the negotiation is one of non-negotiation. You just don't negotiate with the arts organization. Having said all this, I must admit, all this took place in 2011, 2012, 2014, right? Have things changed? I've not followed with social creative, but remembering what the MP said, this is the very first art gallery in 2011, and therefore we want to set a template. Hopefully the template has been moderated and modulated over time. Thanks.
Thank you, TC. So we have exactly 4 minutes left. Zdravko, I'm going to read both the questions for you and request you to be as brief as possible so that we can still go to one broad question posed by Arthur Chia. So the first question for you, Zdravko, is there a way to make the evaluation more rigorous through before and after comparisons and using validated scales such as mental health? And the second question is, I'm curious to know how your results and conclusions were received and processed by the policymakers who commissioned the research at NAC.
Right. Thank you so much, Kai Wen, for the question regarding mental health. And this is actually where my research interest is on well-being and health impacts. And I think definitely more comprehensive and more rigorous ways of observing impacts can be done, but that really includes a much more comprehensive ways and triangulating different kinds of data, either, including the social media ones and, big data, potentially even biometric analysis through the experience of a particular arts or arts event and so forth. I'm actually looking and then developing a research proposal on something relating to this. So if anyone is interested in this kind of research, please, you are free to contact me. I would be delightful to collaborate. I don't think I have more time to kind of discuss on this, but definitely this is where my interest is. For the second question, I understand that NAC is utilizing this with approaching to any new node partners, especially the two guides. And it has been shaped the way they were approaching, especially the node partners. One of the newer partner is the PID, the Participate in Design, which is essentially a non-government organization that works with the participatory aspects. So they are not arts organization. They are basically mediators and educators of both artists, residents, and arts event organizers to actually make the community engagement more engaging and meaningful. So that is one way in practice that is happening. Of course, there are other applications as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Zdravko. We have one last broad question, which should help us to actually conclude the panel discussion very well. And I'm wondering which of the four speakers would like to take this. We perhaps have time only for one response. I'm going to read the question while y'all decide who would like to answer. What is the role of citizens in art, place, and history or heritage making and knowledge production? What sort of institutional reforms are required in enabling ownership and understanding beyond the superficiality and tokenist forms of participation in all these activities? Hamza, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, sure. I hope I speak for everyone here. Please correct me if I don't share your views on this. I think it's a very important question because the citizens actually have a very big role to play in a lot of the things that's actually happening in Singapore. And you actually see increasingly a lot of that taking place. So I take comfort in the fact that firstly, you do have a lot of scholars actually working on this right now. So all of us basically are focusing on this thing where we try to include or involve the people as much as possible into our research and trying to find out what exactly they are looking for in art spaces or heritage spaces, so on and so forth. I take comfort in the fact that there is actually a lot of groups out there who are also doing very important things, from social creators to the St. John's Island National Marine Lab that has its visitor gallery, to the Friends of the Marine Park on the islands, to even the islanders sharing the history of the islands among themselves. So I think that in itself is quite heartening for me to see. And lastly, I take comfort in the fact that the state is actually moving, even if it's very slowly, towards the direction of getting the people more involved in the things that they do. So, so where the islands are concerned, the National Parks Board basically allows for a lot of these interventions from scholars. National Heritage Board has these funding avenues where you can actually apply to, bring out a lot of this heritage from below onto public light. So funding would be good in terms of supporting these kinds of, citizen participation in this process. Will is good. For you to sort of like say, I want to involve the citizens, you need to sort of like really involve the citizens and not just pay lip service to it, right? So sometimes it's very easy for this narrative of citizen participation to be just to be a promotional kind of thing rather than really wanting to do it on the ground. And I think you basically just need to get the people more involved. You'll be surprised how much there is actually going on the ground. And I think it would be good to sort of like involve and bring all these people together, different stakeholders, to try to sort of like achieve certain common goals that, underlying everything they're actually working towards. So I'll stop there.
Okay, so with that, let me take the opportunity to thank all the 4 speakers for your very, very insightful presentations. Thank you to members of the audience for your participation and fantastic questions. Thank you all. So
thank you, Priya. Thank you so much, Priya.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, Rachel. Okay, so we can all break for lunch. All right. Thank you, Rachel, for the message. Thank you all again.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
In rural Japan. Okay, and so please look forward to that. And he is also interested in the geographies of teaching and learning, and that has led to him being or researching podcasting as a teaching and learning tool. He's been producing a podcast titled Home on the Dot, which takes inspiration from student research projects to analyze the multifaceted meanings of home in Singapore. And the current latest season is actually devoted to stories on how COVID-19 has impacted home, right? And right, Chris is one of the most outstanding educators to have the privilege to know, so he's the real deal. So I'm looking forward to what he is sharing later on today. And with that, last person, but last definitely not least, is Kamalini Ramdas. Now, Kamal is the senior lecturer in the Department of Geography in NUS as well. Now, she is a feminist geographer who teaches courses in social theory, gender, and geography. Now, her research focuses on the geographies of familyhood and community and feminist pedagogy in geography education. Now, Kamal has obtained her PhD in NUS here, and prior to joining us, she worked with the Asia Research Institute and the Economics Intelligence Unit. She has also published in places such as Environment and Planning A, Environment Planning D, Society and Space, Geoforum, and also co-edited books, the latest being Changing Landscapes of Singapore, Old Tensions and New Discoveries. On top of that, Kamal is also on the editorial board of Gender, Place, Culture, and is also the co-chair of the IGU Genders Commission Young and Emerging Scholars Task Force. And if I'm not ended yet, she still has more. So she's also have been volunteering, okay, with non-governmental groups such as Aware Action for AIDS Singapore, and she continues to volunteer with Sarah ceremony, which I'm sure that she's going to talk about later on in the talk, right? And she's committed to studying how community policies, how politics and activism can produce alternative spaces of care and the possibility of how marginalized groups in society here. And with that, I'm going to hand the time back to the first speaker, and we're going to invite Vincent to share with us on how getting ahead in Singapore, right? His talk is titled Getting Ahead in Singapore, How Neighborhoods, Gender, and Ethnicity Affect Enrollment into Elite Schools. I'll hand the time over to you, Vincent.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, okay, I will share my screen. Oops. Sorry, just give me a minute. Okay, can you see this?
No, the screen has gone off. Ah, yes. It's
okay,
back.
is this okay?
Yes, it's okay.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Li Neng, for the very energetic introduction. All right. Thank you for being here, everyone, and I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this research. I have two co-authors for this paper. So Ek Sui from the U of Melbourne, as well as Barry Wellman from the U of Toronto. So I thank them for being partners in this project, and thank them for their invaluable contributions. Now, this study is about, okay, actually I should maximize the screen. Okay, is this better? Yeah. All right. Now, this study is about elite schools in Singapore. And I think we know the game, these schools are coveted. Everyone wants a place in these schools. However, the supply is limited, right? And placements in these schools are subject to intense competition. And as with all competition, the outcome at the end of the day is inequality, right? Not everyone gets to go in, and there's a very rigorous and intense process preceding this. So our questions are twofold, right? The first one is who gets in, right? Who gets into an elite school? And the second question is, besides merit, what structural factors influence enrollment into elite schools, right? So two questions, who gets in? And the second question is, apart from merit, what structural conditions and what structural factors precipitate entry into these schools? Now, is education a social leveler or a stratifier? And there are basically two views on this, right? The first view basically says that education is a source of social mobility, right? So with education, we level the playing field, we close opportunity gaps, enlighten, educate, and so on. And in fact, education has the potential to reverse family disadvantages, right? So that's the first view. The second view is that education is a stratifier. It is a means of stratification, a mechanism by which to identify talent, to sort talent, to rank them, as well as to divide them in a sense. Okay, so education merely reproduces advantages and disadvantages. And this is often done through families, the fact that wealthy families are able to do more, and so on. Now, but we don't actually think it's a case of either or. What we need instead is a deeper description that looks into the categories that matter, who enters, as well as the mechanisms that support this inequality, for whom and why. Okay, so without
further ado, let me just go straight into the model that we have. Now, the outcome variable is the resource that is subject to competition, and that is entry into an elite junior college. And the left-hand side variables would be factors like gender, age, as well as neighborhood wealth. And the question is simply this, right? Who is more likely to enter? And what are the patterns of inequality? And what processes support these patterns? Now, the argument that we want to advance in this paper, right, is the argument that it is not just merit that makes a difference in entry, but there are larger contextual factors alongside merit that determine and influence placement into these elite junior colleges. Now, the question is deceptively simple, but I think there's more than meets the eye. Okay, so I look forward to sharing the results that we have. All right, in order to answer the question, we collected data from yearbooks, across a range of junior colleges. So we have 6 junior colleges in total, 3 of whom are elite and 3 are less elite, right? So in the elite, we have National, Anderson, and Temasek. In the less elite, we have Catholic, JC, Nanyang, as well as Tampines. And you can see that these JCs, right, are spread across different neighborhoods, right? So neighborhoods that vary in wealth. You have high wealth, middle wealth, and low wealth, right? So let me just talk about what these neighborhoods entail. And this is data that we have collected over the space of 40 years, okay? 40 years of yearbooks in these 6 junior colleges. Now, these are the areas, the central region, the high wealth region, we have Bukit Timah, Tanling, and Novena. In mid-wealth, in the northeast region, we have Ang Mo Kio, Bishan, and Serangoon. And the least wealthy would be in the east, where we have Bedok, Tampines, and Changi. Now, it is important that we ensure that an elite, non-elite pair, right, is in each of the 3 neighborhoods. And the neighborhoods are themselves varying in wealth, right? So that we get all possible combinations, right? So elite school, wealthy neighborhood, elite school, less wealthy neighborhood, less elite school, wealthy neighborhood, and less elite school, less wealthy neighborhood, right? So we want to capture all the different combinations. Now, the sources of our data are as follows. We looked at school magazines from 1971 to 2010, national census, as well as statistical yearbooks. And I think our RAs have done a marvelous job in helping us to collate the data. At the end of the entire process, we managed to collate about 5,500 classes or classrooms. Now, let me just show you briefly what we did. Okay, so this is an example of the class, and basically we collected information on male and female. Okay? Gender is one of our interest variables, but we also look at CMIO, right? So categorizing the students in terms of Chinese, Malay, Indian, or others. This one is relatively straightforward. You have the faces and then you have the names, so you can make a good guess. But there are some others that are not so, okay, on the left-hand side, I think this one is okay, it's quite straightforward. But sometimes you had a photograph, but without any names, you know, and in fact, the impressions, the pictures are themselves quite faint. So we did the best we could. And I think, you know, the RAs did a very good job. There was, they worked in pairs, right? So when they were not sure, they conferred with each other. Now, without further ado, let me just talk about the results, right? So now, the lines that you see here on top refer to gender, okay? And the green line indicates elite schools, and the gray line, non-elite schools. The bottom lines here refer to race, right? So again, the green lines would be elite schools, and the gray lines would be non-elite schools. Now, what we see is this. In 1970, elite JCs comprised 40% females. In a span of 40 years, by 2010, the female share goes up to 60%. So from 40% in 1970, 40 years later, 2010, we have 60%. Okay, so that's gender. Now the story for race is different. You would see based on these lines that the share of Malays has gone down, especially in elite JCs. All right. So what this is telling us is that the gender gap is closing and has closed much faster than the racial gap. Okay, we see unmistakably the rise of women in education in the space of 40 years. But where gender inequalities are concerned, things are less progressive. All right. Okay, now this one is important. I think some people will look at the research and they will say, yeah, a lot of the inequalities that you see by gender and race are really due to merit, right? For example, we know that females tend to do better than males in school, and that of course determines their grades and their results. All right. So they say that, well, a lot of the differences that we see, even majorities and minorities and so on, are really due to merit. But we like to challenge that in a sense. And to say this, that the JCs that started out elite, okay, back in 1970, have remained elite today. Likewise, the JCs that started out non-elite continue to be non-elite today. What this means is that we are able to control for the merit difference using JC fixed effects. Yeah. Now, what are JC fixed effects? JC fixed effects refers to all time invariant differences between the JCs that influence gender and race. Okay, and this includes durable entry requirement differences between the JCs that impact gender and race. Okay, so by including JC fixed effects in the models, in effect, we were able to control for merit differences and entry score differences between the JCs that have remained durable over time. Okay, so that's our strategy, as it were, to control for that sort of counter argument to say that it's really about merit that decides entry into the junior colleges. Okay. Now, we've also controlled for other things. For example, we've controlled for the stream of the classroom, right? Whether the class is an arts class or a science class. Now, we know for a fact that females are overrepresented in arts classes and boys are overrepresented in the sciences, right? So that's important to control for. We've also controlled for language medium, right? This was especially the case. You had Chinese classes, English and Malay classes, especially in the early years. Now, we also controlled for neighborhood level characteristics. Now, why do we do this? The reason is simple. It's because schools tend to mirror the neighborhood demography within which the schools are embedded in, right? So it's important to account for that. And last but not least, we also controlled for year fixed effects. And this refers to large macro level changes, right, that have happened over time that impact differences in groups. All right. So we understand that the merit argument is something that is very valid and have sought our best to control for that factor using JC fixed effects. All right. Okay. Now, these are the results of gender. You can see that we've included these sets of controls. Okay. These are the results for race. And then you can see that there are some multiplicative factors here, right? Elite JC multiplied by neighborhood share of private housing, for example. So let me just go straight to what the results are telling us, and then I will end there, okay? Now, what we found is this, that females are more likely to enter elite JCs in wealthy neighborhoods, and Malays are less likely to enter the elite JCs in wealthy neighborhoods. Okay, fine, maybe not so interesting. The burning question is why, right? Why is this happening, and what are the processes that are undergirding these forms of inequalities? Now, there are two reasons and there are two mechanisms. The first pertains to gender and the second pertains to race. Okay, the first in regards to gender, right? What we are seeing is that there is a pattern of path dependency. The preponderance of elite girls' secondary schools in the wealthy neighborhoods, for example, in Bukit Timah, feeds female enrollment into elite junior colleges there. All right, so, you know, and in fact, actually now we are looking at primary schools, right? We are extending the data analysis and we are saying and conjecturing to say that elite girl primary schools in wealthy regions, right, then leads to elite girl secondary schools in those same regions that then affects the outcome, okay, the overrepresentation of females in elite JCs in those wealthy neighborhoods. Okay, so path dependency is not just a question of merit. There is this dynamic of path dependency that also affects the outcomes that we are seeing in enrollment into the junior colleges. Now, the second process is with regards to race, and this has to do with ethnic solidarity. We found that Malays are less likely to enroll in elite junior colleges in wealthy neighborhoods because those neighborhoods tend to underrepresent Malay residents. Now, perhaps they feel unwelcome. Okay, so Malays, you know, they enter elite JCs, but they would rather go to an elite JC in a less wealthy neighborhood than to an elite JC in a wealthy neighborhood. All right, because the wealthy neighborhoods, as we have found from our data analysis, would tend to underrepresent Malays as residents in those neighborhoods. Okay, I will end here. This is my last slide. In conclusion, okay, I've began the presentation by asking who enters an elite JC. These are coveted resources. There's a process of competition that's involved here. So who enters? Women. Okay, women are increasingly well represented in elite junior colleges. And in fact, what we are finding is that the gender gap has, over the period of 40 years, closed at a much faster rate than the racial gap. Okay, so that's the who question. Now, the why question is equally interesting. What drives the inequality? And basically, our argument is to say that merit-based explanations do not suffice because these kinds of explanations will tend to obscure the role of social structure. Okay, now we have to consider social structure. And basically, we want to say that, you know, things like path dependence and ethnic concentrations do make a difference. Path dependence, how are JCs placed vis-a-vis secondary schools? How are secondary schools placed vis-a-vis primary schools? Right, so those are some questions. Ethnic concentration, are Singaporean neighborhoods equally diverse? Are there ethnic concentrations? Is EIP, right, ethnic integration policy, equally applied to all neighborhoods in the island? Okay, so in a nutshell, to wrap up this presentation, the argument that we advance is basically this, that structural conditions such as path dependency and ethnic concentrations affect school outcomes over and above merit, and that merit by itself will not suffice in explaining the group differences that we see in entry into elite junior colleges. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Vincent, for the fascinating talk. And I'm sure that many of you out there, you have questions, right? So just a quick reminder, if you have any questions in the session, please send it through the Q&A function that you can find below. And also identify the speaker that you're addressing your question to, okay? If you have a specific question, address the particular speaker, okay? Now, and then we're going to deal with all the questions later on after all three speakers are done during the Q&A session, okay? Now with that, let's welcome our second speaker, Chris, who is going to share with us the promise and pitfalls of gradeless learning responses to an alternative approach to grading. Chris, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today and share this research. This has been research that I did a while ago. As you'll see, I really started this research right at the moment when NUS started its so-called grade-free first semester. I was aided in this research by Kirithika Ragupathy, and I believe Kiru is here today. And also, this was partially funded by CDTL, a TEG grant, with research assistance from Luo Sime and Abhirami Ashok Kumar. So thanks to them. I want to take you back to 2014, when the Minister for Education at the time publicly called on all schools to help students go beyond learning for grades to learning for mastery. Now, this didn't just mean students in primary schools, secondary schools, but it also applied to NUS. So what was the problem with grades? Now, scholars and educators for years have long blamed the focus on grades for increased student stress and unhealthy competition among students, and learning motivated by grades alone. So as the Minister of Education rightly put it, there was a desire for all institutions to go beyond learning for grades. So how do you do that? What's the solution? Eliminate grades, right? So one way of conceiving of this is gradeless learning. That's in the title of this paper. The ideal here is learning without any number or letter grades connected to it. And we can all imagine things that we've learned or ways of learning or things we've learned in the past that do not involve grades. I mean, think about learning to bake cookies or ride a bicycle. There's no grade. Your parents don't say, oh, that was a B-, get it back up on the bike and ride again. The focus here is to focus less on rote learning and testing and more on engaged and experiential learning, more on collaboration, soft skills, and fostering a love of lifelong learning. Now, the reality in higher education is that grade-free or gradeless learning is incredibly rare. There are some cases of pass-fail systems out there, and we did a thorough review of these in another paper. But true gradeless learning is really rare. Even pass-fail systems are based initially on grades, as is the system I'm going to talk about today. And I think you'll see why that can be a problem. So let's look at gradeless learning at NUS. We rolled out a grade-free first semester in 2014. All first-year students take up to 5 courses grade-free. If they earn a C, they can choose to take an S, satisfactory, which has no impact on their CAP. Or students can accept the grade they earn. This is their choice. And they make the choice right around Christmas time at the end of every first semester. And I wonder what that Christmas decision is like for them. I'll just say this expanded into a grade-free first year in 2016. And now there are more modules that one can SU more flexibly. But anyway, this was a very interesting time to be working at NUS 2014. This is how the Office of the Registrar explained it. Grade-free first semester aims to provide a supportive and enabling environment for undergraduates to make a successful transition into the culture of university life. It serves to facilitate a transformation in students' mindsets towards grades and learning at the university setting, as well as enable students to leverage opportunities for a holistic education. It is intended to encourage students to pursue their intellectual interests without undue concern that exploring a new subject area may adversely affect their CAP. In other words, Office of Registrar wants students to learn without worrying about grades. This all sounds wonderful, and I think as educators, we all think this is a great idea. So now you might be asking yourself, why does someone based in Japanese studies care about or do a research project on gradeless learning? So as a cultural geographer working in Department of Japanese Studies, whose primary research expertise lies at the intersection of labor, gender, and tourism in contemporary Japan, I may seem like an unlikely candidate to head a research project on gradeless learning in Singapore. But as someone who teaches hundreds of first-year students, I knew this project might actually impact me more directly than any of my research in Japan. It had the potential to impact how I taught, how I interacted with my students, how I understood their everyday lives, and how I graded them. Also, I'd never really thought deeply about grading or about grades. Yet as my colleagues at NUS know, especially this week, we spend a great deal of time and energy devoted to grading student work. I thought this research project might help me better understand this particular aspect of my job. Finally, one of the pleasures of the project was that the research questions were so neatly laid out for me. They were easily testable, right? here the university was making exciting claims about the value of its new gradeless learning system. Those claims were, that it would lead to less student stress. It would lead to more risk-taking in module choice. It will lead to less student concern with grades. These were easily answerable questions. I could test those claims and offer useful feedback to the university. And along the way, I might also contribute to discussions beyond NUS regarding the place of grades at all levels of education. So in August of 2014, on the heels of the implementation of this policy, I created an online survey and set out to answer these questions. I got IRB approval, and then we analyzed the results with SPSS, data miner, and our eyes. I mean, just physically went through and read all of the feedback. So this is what the survey was like, and it's not one survey. We decided, the first survey was when the policy was implemented, and then we wanted to see 6 months later, at the start of the next semester, what did people think about it? And 6 months later, what did they think about it? And then we just approached the faculty in the fourth survey here, reaching out to, getting responses from nearly 500 faculty in December of 2015. So this is a full 18 months after it had been implemented. And I'll just bring your attention to this question: what is the best thing and what is the most problematic thing about the policy? These are two separate open-ended questions that anyone, they can freely write an answer to. And finally, the impact of the study for students, slightly different from the later faculty survey, where we asked how the policy impacted students' motivation, behavior, work ethic, attendance, et cetera, et cetera. And we got an incredible number of results. I mean, 3,000 sets of results over the course of this 18 months was a lot to work with, but really exciting stuff. So I just want to dive into some of the key findings, and we can debate what all this means later in the Q&A. So both students and faculty believed the grade-free first semester had the potential to positively impact student learning, attitudes, and behaviors. Specifically, both groups admire that the system encourages students to take risks and be motivated to learn for the sake of learning and not for the sake of grades. As one student explained, the gradeless semester gives students the option to explore other majors without feeling the stress of having to do exceptionally well. This is especially so for students who have not taken a certain subject and are thinking of pursuing something more out of their comfort zone in university. It thus allows students to feel as if, to not feel as if they're being cornered or if there are consequences when trying something new. Many faculty agreed with this student sentiment that the gradeless learning might improve learning attitudes among students. They highlighted the fact that this new system explicitly challenged the existing grade-focused education system in Singapore. This was mentioned multiple times. As one faculty member put it, university education is not all about grades. Another member found first-year students generally more willing to experiment in class and to take a broader range of modules. And another wrote that it allows students to take risks in their first semester and explore a new discipline they would otherwise be afraid of exploring due to the fear of obtaining a low grade. Overall, faculty felt that without the burden of grades, students could be curious, experiment, they could risk making mistakes, the very traits that scholars argue are essential for developing lifelong learners, and which the Singaporean government is trying to encourage to help build its future. Most respondents felt that reduced stress over grades during the first semester clearly benefited first-year students, especially young men just returning from national service. However, we also found unintended benefits to those students not eligible for the system. For instance, students and faculty noticed that fewer first-year students competing for an A in one module reduced the competition for the other students, the non-first-year students trying to get an A. As one faculty member explained, these students feel less stressful and they don't put in as much effort as when it's graded. On the other hand, students who take the same module feel they have less competitors, so it's good for them. However, without grades as a motivator, many respondents worried that students had become complacent. In response to the open-ended question asking what is most problematic about the new system, a large number of responses fell under the general heading of poor study habits. In the first survey, this is just when it was started, 20% of all respondents suggested poor study habits might be an issue. when the policy was after it was in effect 6 months later, that percentage went up to 35%. So 35% in an open-ended suggesting anything that you might be a negative consequence of this talked about some kind of poor study habits. And 6 months later in the third survey, that number went up to 37%. As one student put it, it's already deep-rooted part of our culture to study for grades. So without the incentive of grades, people may lose the motivation, right? Another wrote, some students strategically exploit their gradeless first semester not to explore other modules of interest, but to enhance their GPA by focusing on studying only for 1 or 2 modules and neglecting the rest. From this student's perspective, the grade-free system did not radically alter the student relationship with grades. Instead, it provided a way for students to strategize their learning to suit a grade-focused world. They were motivated and enabled by the system to aim for A's in some modules and to ignore the other modules with poor study habits. Many faculty agreed that the system led to poor study habits, such as tardiness, absenteeism from lectures, and poor quality work. One faculty member put it this way: it's essentially an economic problem. If grades are like currency, it makes sense to put in the least effort to gain the desired result. Not having a grade sends a message that the module doesn't really matter. All students in the class are affected by this attitude and learning suffers. Other faculty members noted a drop-off in student motivation, with one writing, I tried to keep the module at the same level of intellectual rigor as before, but I received considerable pushback in the form of obvious student disengagement. The lack of motivation and participation was particularly obvious in what one faculty member called discord in project groups. For instance, a first-year student who is encouraged to not take grades too seriously may be in a project group with a third-year student who is motivated to earn the highest grade possible because of the expectations of society, NUS, and future employers. Such diverging motivations are destined to collide and lead to frustration by older students in particular. As one faculty member wrote, students planning to take the module for no grade refuse to pull their own weight in groups for projects, as it only penalizes the other students who are taking the module for a grade. Overall, slightly more than half of the faculty members approved of the gradeless learning system in general. That's full 18 months after its implementation. However, even those who support the ideals of the new system worry it might lead to poor study habits, which in turn might lead to a decline in the overall quality of education at NUS. As one member put it, good students who genuinely are concerned in learning, but not used to the university system, can be spared a low grade that does not properly reflect their inability. However, there is this rather nasty unintended outcome, and that is unmotivated surface learners work even less at understanding the material. This faculty member and others were concerned that these first-year surface learners threatened to pull down the average knowledge base in all subsequent years of study. So this grade-free first semester at NUS is an alternative approach to grading rooted in concern with the overemphasis on grades at all levels of education in Singapore. Like other forms of gradeless learning, it attempts to both relieve students of the stress associated with grades and to inspire them to approach learning differently, that is, to learn beyond the grade. However, despite its designer's best intentions, the grade-free first semester faces several obstacles. The first is that our students, like their peers around the world, have been socialized to be motivated and rewarded by grades. We're teaching Singapore's best students who have done well in this system. Why should they suddenly change? It's hard for them to change, right? This makes it difficult to alter their learning attitudes and behaviors overnight, or even over the course of their first year. Both students and faculty members acknowledge the thorny relationship between grades and student motivation. Without grades, students are less likely to be motivated to attend class, complete homework, and do assigned reading. This echoes findings elsewhere on pass-fail systems, which have found that students spend less time and effort on pass-fail modules than on graded modules. I think we can understand that. If gradeless learning is to be effective, students need time and support to adjust to the new expectations and to develop new motivations to learn, following years of conditioning in grade-centered schools and society. An obstacle more specific to NUS is that it is temporary. It only applies to first-year students during their first semester and now their first year. For the remainder of their time at university, students return to a fully graded and grade-focused education. Without major adjustments throughout society, grades will continue to be vital for acquiring credentials, finding employment, and differentiating different levels of student achievement. In fact, our study found that many faculty and students worried that the system offers a temporary reprieve with no lasting effect. Third, despite its name, this system is not grade-free. It is not gradeless. All students earn grades in all modules. Then the first-year students have the responsibility and freedom, which can be stressful, to decide whether or not to take the grade or to take the pass. This aspect of gradeless learning frustrated and confused many faculty members in particular. One wrote that as the module began, I tried to persuade students to opt for no grade. Then the university informed them that they can only opt for no grade after they receive their grades, so it was back to square one, competition. This faculty member seems to long for the full benefits of this pedagogical innovation. However, the hybrid nature of the system, which still requires us to assign grades, I'm still grading this week, forecloses the possibility of a pedagogical shift that might truly liberate student learning and faculty teaching from the yoke of grades. Now, to conclude, the question of whether or not to grade remains vital in higher education, as grades continue to be blamed for excessive stress among students, negative impacts on student learning, and I might add, it doesn't show up in the literature, but stress on us, educators, to assign these grades and to come up with rubrics and justification. Efforts to eliminate grading, particularly in institutions of higher education, have been limited due to inertia and the value placed on grades outside the university, such as in the job market or in the everyday conversations of proud parents. This combination of factors indicates the difficulties of disrupting the continued place of letter grades in higher education. I'm going to end with two quotes from these surveys. The objective of a grade-free first semester is probably to reduce the stress of freshman students or to create a conducive learning culture. However, it is not solving the root cause of the problem. Creating a positive learning culture is a complex issue and will undeniably take more than a new grading policy. And finally, this student, competition is still apparent with or without this first semester. This is the Singapore culture. We can't change that fact. It is ingrained in us. Stress is here to stay. Gosh, I'm so stressed thinking about it. I worry that I caused more stress to the student by forcing them to think about stress. Anyway, if you want to read more results from these surveys, these are the papers, and I'm really happy to answer any questions about this gradeless learning at NUS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris, for sharing with us. And again, right, if you have any questions, please feel free to go to the Q&A. You can start posting them there right now, I think, right? And with that, we're coming to the last talk, and we're making excellent time right now. I think the host will be very proud of us, right? And the organizers. So with that, I'm going to hand the time over to Kamal, who's going to share with us research from the generative space of the classroom, balancing time and impact. And over to you, Kamal.
Hi, can you hear me? And you can see the screen? Great. All right, hi everyone. As Li-Ning said, my name is Kamal. I'm from the Department of Geography, and I'm here to talk to you about feminist pedagogy and teaching classes in gender and geography, right? So I think I want to talk to you a little bit about the the aims first of my presentation. So when I was asked to talk about my research, I thought it might be a good opportunity to take stock and think about what I've done so far, and maybe to give a sort of, provide some sort of space and time for me to reflect. As Li Ning said, my CV or my abstract about myself sounded like I had many things happening, and it's true. As many of my colleagues know in NUS, we have many things going on at the same time, and I suspect for some of us who are feminist geographers or feminist educators, the pressure to accomplish social sort of outcomes, right, they're not just the classroom, they extend beyond the classroom for many of us. So I wanted to use this opportunity to think about what my aims were, and I have 4 here. First is to develop a conceptual framework that draws from feminist time sense and feminist pedagogy. The second, to draw from classroom teaching and smaller scale education and research. Smaller scale education research. The third is how to balance and manage time constraints and the need to impact on multiple fronts. And the fourth is adopting a broader understanding of impact that's not tied to citation index and or grant value. Okay, so I wanted to use this opportunity to think about these things. So I have an outline here for today. So I'm going to set the context first and then talk to you a little bit about my conceptual framework, which I'm currently calling Evolution Revolution. And then 3 areas in which I talk about evolution revolution in education, with regard to developing feminist syllabus and skills in research, where I talk about dance and advocacy research and feminist pedagogy. And the third point here is to discuss impact, right? So what does evolution revolution mean for impact? I then want to talk a little bit about work in progress and end with some concluding remarks. So in terms of setting the context, there are 3 points I want to make. The first is the institutional context and time crunch. So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the educator track at NUS. It's a fairly new iteration. I mean, it's a new thing. In the past, we didn't have separation of educator and research track, but more recently, this has happened in the university. And what you'll see is there are several of us who focus primarily on education, meaning a lot of our time is set aside for teaching, which means that we have less time set aside for research, right? So it's a fairly new system. And we have yet to see a promotion to full professor on ET for FASS, right? I think I've got that right. And in terms of time, we're talking about 20% of time or less set aside for research for ET for the ET faculty. So nevertheless, for promotion, right, we have to think about what our impact is in education. And I think while at the lower levels of promotion, say from instructor to lecturer or lecturer to senior lecturer, a lot of that may focus more on your classroom performance and syllabus construction. I think once you get to the higher levels, meaning moving from senior lecturer to associate professor or associate professor to professor, then we are talking about other kinds of impacts. And here the university has stated that this can be in research, which is education research or disciplinary research, as well as leadership in education, right? So what does all this mean, right? So at the back of my mind, then I'm thinking I need to have some kind of evidence of my impact as an educator for the national and international level at some level, right? As a senior lecturer currently. And I need to think about what that impact might look like. Does it refer to research publications only? Does it mean large grants only? And what are the limitations I face, right, in terms of writing and managing large grants, given that 80% of my time is more or less tied to teaching, right? So again, some colleagues have suggested the possibility of collaborative research where, you can dovetail teaching in larger research projects. It's a possibility, definitely, but again, synergies can be challenging here, right? So the interests of educators and researchers might not be the same in that sense. So that's something to bear in mind. Now, education context, okay, what am I talking about here? I'm talking about gender in higher education. So gender as a topic is offered in several departments at FASS, and it can also be a standalone lecture topic in modules. Okay, so we have modules that are focused mainly on gender, and then ones where gender is a topic of discussion. So that's certainly been the case in the Department of Geography, right, where we have standalone lectures just focusing on gender and feminist geography, but also lectures where one of the lecture topics might be on gender. Of course, let's not, there's a white elephant in the room, right? In the sense that we've made the news very recently, right? Not just NUS, but within Singapore in terms of higher education, right? Issues around sexual misconduct. But one of the positive outcomes of that is that our students are speaking up more, they're getting involved, they're giving feedback, and there's now a national conversation on women's issues and development in Singapore. Right, so these are opportunities, right, for someone like me, and for some of you for whom this might be of interest, right? The other factor I want to raise about the education context is that when we talk about incoming freshers, gender topic is not necessarily something that they are very familiar with. So prior to coming to the university, I think there might be some of this covered in, say, like general paper discussion for the A-level syllabus, but it's not something that's systematically addressed in the curriculum prior to coming to the university. So for many of them, this might also be the first time they're having a more substantive engagement with gender, feminist theory, those kinds of topics, right? But let's not forget that our students are also having a lot more access to information online. So we're getting students who may not they may be looking for certain things and then looking for it and finding it online and not necessarily having the sort of structures to cope with some of the information that they're getting out there. So this is the educational context I want to talk about. The third is the theoretical context. And here I want to spend a little bit of time talking about feminist time and feminist pedagogy, right? So I've listed a couple of things here. The first is this notion of feminist time sense. And here I cite Gloria Steinem, right? I'm sure everyone has heard of her. And, I want to the point here is this quote that I found really helpful, right? And the quote here, it says, obviously, many of us need to extend our time sense to have the courage to plan for the future, even while most of us are struggling to keep our heads above water in the present, right? So I think when Steinem talks about this, she's talking in the context of the double burden and the perennial sort of issues that women face managing, say, work and care, right? But if you look at this, right, many of us today, right, whether we are male or female, we might face some of these issues, right? So I think this notion of feminist time sense might speak to even people who don't necessarily see themselves as feminists, right? It's this sense of having to juggle multiple things at the same time, having to keep your eye on the present, being situated in the present, but keeping your eye on the future in that sense. So I found this notion of what does an extended time sense mean, right? Meaning that in some ways, you got to be elastic. You can't just be focused on what you're doing today. You've got to think about what you're doing today and what that might mean for tomorrow and 10 years from now and 5 years from now, right? So Gloria Steinem actually talked about this in 1995. The second person here is Sarah Ahmed, whose work is on living a feminist life. And this is kind of like a manifesto book, right? It's really amazing. It's one of the readings for my fourth year gender course. And really in this book, she talks about everyday activism, right? That means activism doesn't have to be exceptional movements. It can be everyday, it can be small, it can be individual, right? So that's the second reading that I'm citing here. The third is one that I've worked with my colleague Shalina Huang. And here we write a short review piece on the classroom and research field as two generative spaces for feminist activism. So in this paper, we talk about how feminist activism is the kind of activism that sees the classroom and research field as legitimate sites where inquiry can begin and where change can happen, right? So what we see in these 3 bullet points here is this notion of time and space as multiple, generative, interconnected, and consistent. So we have to keep in mind the present and the future. We have to think about opportunities to generate new research with the little bit of time that we have. We have to think about interconnectedness between the individual and the public, right? The public, the private and the public, right? The classroom and beyond. And we have to consistently be working at it. So these are the sort of 4 catchwords that I want to place at the bottom of this slide. So what then is my conceptual framework? So I was thinking about how do I conceptualize this, right? And so what I thought of was this: the classroom and research fields can be seen as generative spaces that work together, right, to allow the feminist educator, researcher, sorry, there's a typo there, advocate/activist to function at 2 spatio-temporal settings simultaneously. And I want to call this evolution-revolution mode, right? So what does being in evolution-revolution mode mean? okay? The first point here is about evolving. So developing and evolving syllabus and skills for change and advocacy, right? So teaching in a way that places change and advocacy in the syllabus. So that's evolving, right? The second is advocacy research, which is the potential to produce more grounded and revolutionary education, meaning doing research outside of the classroom that then has the opportunity to make education revolutionary, right? So one starts within the classroom, the other one is outside of the classroom, but comes back to the classroom, right? So I'm going to give you some examples of this in case you're still thinking like, what does all this mean? Okay, so I'm getting there. Let me just check time. Okay, I got 10 minutes more, something like that. All right. Okay, so what do I mean by evolution, revolution for education? Let's talk about developing syllabus, right? So here I have a two-step syllabus, right? I teach, as many of my colleagues on Educator Track probably do, teach modules from level 1000 to level 5000, right? So what's great about this is that I have a great lay of the land. So I know exactly what the students are talking about in year 1 and then what they're talking about in year 5, right? So in a way, I have great control over some of this because I teach this range of modules. So what has happened is that I start to lay the groundwork, right, at the level 1 and 2 in what I call gender light, right? And then in the higher levels, level 3 and 4, we start talking about something a little bit more challenging, concepts that are a bit more difficult for students to understand, right? So some of us here might know things like intersectionality, right? Some other kinds of ideas here that students might not be so comfortable with, right? That they don't necessarily know about feminist theory, they don't necessarily know about the epistemology. So those kinds of language comes much later, right? Why the two-step evolution, right? So first of all, I think it's important to ease students into a space to start having a feminist conversation. Second is that while FASS students may be more attuned to some of this, non-FASS students may not. Now, in the past, you get a lot of FASS students who want to have the conversation, but actually as a feminist, I'm interested in talking to the person least likely to want to have a conversation with me about this. So in other words, general education modules are really the place where I see myself being able to communicate and expand sort of discussion involving students who don't necessarily come from a FASS background, right? And finally, the point here on gender and geography education, right? If we look at geography education at the secondary and pre-U level, a lot of the discussion around women tends to be literally the category woman, right? As an add woman and stir, development geography. That's not necessarily looking at subjectivity, identity, none of that. It's like the postmodern turn didn't happen, all right? So we kind of like, in the university, right? It's a little bit different, right? So we want to ease people into having that kind of discussion, but you can't slap them on the head with that right in year 1 and year 2 because they don't necessarily have that kind of training, right? So what do I have here? I've got 3 modules here. And we can talk about these later if you want. So the first is Changing Landscapes of Singapore, where there's a course book, right, where there's a standalone chapter on gender and sexuality. The second is Worlds of Football, which is the latest module that I'm teaching, which has been really amazing because 75% of my class are guys. And a lot of them are not from arts, they're from engineering, computing, science. And I mean, to me, this was like, tell me where I sign up to teach this module, right? And there's a lecture on gender in there, which is great. I mean, that's like really like great impact for me, at least for my mission, right? And of course, the third one here is the Introduction to Social and Cultural Geography, where we look at cultural geography and their opportunities to think about the arts as a way to have a conversation about gender, right? So what I'm trying to do with these level 1 and 2 modules is to really talk about gender as relevant, political, and everywhere, right? Because many people think that, oh, it's not really about Singapore. Women are doing well. If you look at Vincent's presentation earlier, it's like, yay, we're all doing great, but still we have a situation where we have sexual misconduct and we have all kinds of other weird stuff happening in the background. So it's great in some sense, but there's some things that we can definitely do a lot better, right? So we need to actually get our students to be able to think about these things a little bit more critically. So what has this impact been in terms of developing syllabus? So here, remember what I said earlier about not looking just at grade citation impact or impact for large grants. So one way to look at this is look at the number of students, right? So one of my goals here is to open the students' feminist eye, see, in the first and second year. So what you get then is look at the enrollment for the 4,000 level module. And what I can see over time is an increment in the number of students who take my 4,000 level module from 16 to 43 over 4 years. Now, bearing in mind the 4,000 module is capped at 40 because it's a honors seminar style class, right? One of the other things I'm planning to do is actually count the number of HD theses between 1995 and current day, which is when we first had our first sort of gender and geography module, to see how many actually theses are out there that actually deal with gender and sexuality issues, right? So, and this is a quote that I got from a student, right, who wrote to me unsolicited, right, saying that they're now thinking of taking gender and they want to like think about this more systematically, right? And that they hadn't thought that this was something that was necessarily geographical. Okay, so in terms of developing skills, we do a couple of things here. One is around developing skills for critical conversation. So this again is a poster project that the students do where, again, with $5,000 grant, I ran a journal project where students actually try to solve a social problem coming from two ends of a polemic, right? So they each take the either or argument for what they want to see change, and then they keep a diary and they exchange ideas at the end, and they have to find a way to come to the middle to suggest what they want to do, right, to improve the situation, right? And then they have to publicly, right, meaning I invite like faculty members and other students to come and listen to them, and they have to basically sell their pitch. So in a way, they learn to have a conversation with, say, naysayers. Some people might be, not so believing of what they're suggesting, so they have to learn to defend that. And in a way, it's starting of a mini revolution at the classroom level, right? Being able to articulate a difference in thought, a reason why one wants to see the kinds of change that one wants to have happen in the society that we live in, right? So these are the two: developing syllabus and developing skills. Now, the next part is on research specifically, right? And with the research, there are two. One is this notion that one is the dance as feminist pedagogy. And here I'm talking about how I used dance as a way to introduce gender in a revolution light way, right? So that means in a second year course, you don't necessarily want to hit people on the head with a lot of like hardcore revolution, right? So what I'm doing is using the arts as a way to get them to think about their bodies and movement and identity, right? So at one level, it's very fun. They get to watch something, right? And they get to hear from a practitioner who comes into the class and actually demonstrates how the body can be used, right, to maybe to reflect certain gender identity, and how the body sort of occupies spaces and what it does, right? And so one of the projects with this is a book chapter that's forthcoming with me and a master's student who's actually one of the Indian dancers who wanted to work on this with me, right? So again with the research, it's research that's collaborative with a student who's also a dancer, and then us talking about how, whether or not dance is a great medium for learning about gender, right? That means what are the sort of experiential ways to learn about gender that aren't just from text and reading books, but actually watching something and thinking about gender in an experiential manner through dance, right? And to make things a little bit more interesting, we had student geographers, meaning student geographers and student dancers. So some of the students are dancers also. So then their understanding of gender and the practice of dance, right? There's an ability to talk about affect and the sense of gender as becoming as you perform, right? So again, right, this is about using dance as a way to get people to think through the complexity of gender and the body. The next piece of research that I've done is more recent, also advocacy research as feminist pedagogy. And here I put hardcore revolution in question marks, right? So what is this about? I volunteered, as Lineng mentioned earlier, with Sayuni's Human Rights Documentation Project, where I use the word volunteer, but basically I led the research project, right? So I worked as a volunteer, but given my training, I played a pretty important role in developing the research proposal and managing the overall research and analysis. And the product that you see here is a book that Sayuni has published based on 40 in-depth interviews of gender and sexuality-based violence and discrimination in Singapore among LGBTQ women, right? So this report was, the material that we collected here, the data was used for Sayuni's UN CEDAW report, right, where it went to present some of the findings of what was happening in Singapore at the UN CEDAW Convention, right, which is the Convention of the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, for those of you who don't know. And Singapore is a signatory to that. So every number of years, the state has to go and sort of declare what is being done. So NGOs also produce reports that sort of say what the situation is for them. Now, with this publication, I've also got 2 published articles based on collaborative research, right? That's come out, a shorter piece in Environment and Planning D, and a longer piece, which has just come out, actually the DOI yesterday, which I'm really excited about. My alarm went off, so this is almost done. All right, so what I'm trying to say here is this research that I've done, right, it draws on my collaboration with Sayoni, but what is important here is that it feeds back into GE 4228, where I talk about gender and violence and where I talk about feminist activism in the city, right? And the ability for me to stand there and articulate it as someone who works with the community is something that my students value, because in student feedback, what's actually been said is that she's talking about stuff she's actually done, right? And there are some comments around like the sense that they can also make a difference. Now, I didn't want to put those there because it would just take too long, but I mean, I think what students are looking for at some level is the understanding that it is possible to change the world that they live in, right? And I know it sounds like very hearts and flowers, but really when people come to the university, I would like to think that they're thinking about more than just their A grade, right? At some level, they do want to be able to impact change, right? So what are we talking about here in terms of impact, right? So one, okay, in terms of discussion, there are 3 things here. One is you go to school, you learn something, do you keep it to yourself, right? Silent knowledge, meaning you read stuff about gender, you read about this, you read about inequality. It's great to know, right? But I think as a feminist, for me, and someone who's got feminist pedagogy in my back pocket, I want my students to know, to do more than just know. I want them to be able to converse, to speak, to advocate, right? And that means being able to share, right? And this sharing happens at 2 levels. One, students need to be able to discuss this and they learn how to do this in class, but also during the poster. Now, this learning is also something I've benefited from. Because I teach this, I've had to learn how to do this better because my classroom is full of so many people, some who might believe what I'm saying and some who think I'm talking absolute, I'm nuts, right? So they don't believe. So I've got to find a way to communicate with them better. And this has helped me with the public engagement that I've had to sort of do more recently, right? Where I'm speaking to a very sort of diverse audience. The second point here about transcending the classroom, right? So it's about publication, academic publication versus policy impact. So at some level, all of us publish articles, right? But I think we also want to be able to make an impact further on beyond that. And for me, that is number one, I'm trying to bring gender into the geography curriculum before the university, right? So that students are actually getting some of that before they come into the university. Second is in terms of policy advocacy through Sayoni's report, which has had some kind of engagement with MPs and sort of other policymakers, right? So we've had some kind of impact on that front, right? And the third point here on transcending the classroom in terms of impact is that my students are not just learners. They want to be advocates and they want to volunteer. And I get like emails from students saying they want to be able to make a difference. I've had students who've taken one job and changed it for a lower paying job because they want to work with a company that's doing something differently, right? So our classroom is changing. Our students, maybe because they have privilege, their parents are, better off than maybe our parents were, but they have access to a lot of information and they want to make a difference. So my job then is to help them to realize that potential, right? And that's what I'm trying to do with my work. So I'm going to skip this and just say this, right? Evolution Revolution is education, learning, listening, and speaking. It's about research, publishing, and policy. It's about impact in the classroom, in academia, and beyond, right? Some of you might say, well, who doesn't know this? But I think this is the other thing, right? I want to say the evolution revolution is where feminist time sense meets feminist pedagogy, where teaching is advocacy and advocacy grounds teaching. And that's a big claim because I know many of my friends don't like this idea of saying that teaching is advocacy, right? And that we should be neutral in how we talk about information and the facts. But I want to say that as a feminist geographer and someone who practices feminist pedagogy, I find that quite difficult to do. So that's my second point there. Third is education is more than training or knowledge acquisition, right? And 3, critical thinking and socially responsible citizen learners are also part of the mandate of evolution revolution, right? So I'm going to stop there and say, we can do it. I'm sorry I ran over time.
No worries. Thank you very much, Kamal, for sharing with us and still making good time at this moment in time. And right now, we're gonna go into our Q&A, and we have some questions that have come in at this moment in time. So first one is actually from Yasmin. So Yasmin asked this. I think this question is directed to Vincent, right? So do I, Vincent, are you able to see the questions
Yeah,
there?
I'm able to see. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, yeah.
Should I just read out the questions so that everybody?
No, it's okay. It's okay. I can see the question.
Okay, sure. So
yeah.
I'm wondering whether the participants are able to see
Yeah,
this.
are they able to see?
Okay, let me just read the question out. So Yasmin asked this. First of all, she thanked everybody for their interesting presentations. And this is a question for Vincent. So she said this: thinking back to your previous work, she wondered if you had found any interaction effects between race and gender. Specifically, was there a difference between Malay women and men?
Not for this project, but in my other work, I have looked at the question. I think this one taps into Patricia Hill Collins' theories on intersectionality, and it's a very important question. I think if to venture a hypothesis, right, one would think that it is minority women who would be especially disadvantaged, but actually based on the previous work, we find that's not the case. Actually, in Singapore, if you look at the census, it is Malay men who are more likely than Malay women to be disadvantaged on three things, right? The first is representation as university graduates. So that's the first one. You also have inequalities in the domain of the labor market, right? So if you look at average earnings and so on, Malay men earn less than Malay women on average. Social capital also, access to knowing high status contacts. For example, our research has found that Malay men have less on average than Malay women, right? So it's not a simple sort of additive sort of formulation where it is minority women who would be most likely to be disadvantaged, but in fact it is Malay men. Yeah. Should I answer the second question?
Oh yes, and this links directly to the second question that's here.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah. So the second question is about networks. I fully agree. I think if you look at a lot of the work in racial inequality in Singapore, the explanations are sort of focused on two domains, right? The first is cultural inequality, that sort of cultural deficit sort of argument. So that's the first one. The second is socio-economic inequalities, right? That fuel and support racial inequalities. So those are well rehearsed. We sort of know. I mean, those are the theories going forward. But I think what you are suggesting here is to look at network expressions of network expressions of racial inequality. I think that's a very promising line of research. And in fact, my work has shown, right, that a lot of the labor market and educational inequalities experienced by Malays in Singapore have partly to do with their social networks in the family, as well as friendship networks. Yeah, so yeah, couldn't agree more. Network expressions of network inequality, very promising line of research.
Okay, that's great. So right now, as we wait for other questions to come in, okay, if they have any, Chris actually answered the question directly by typing in. I was wondering whether, Chris, you could actually share a little bit more of the answer. I know you took time to type this out, but maybe you can share this.
I'm happy to do that, sure. Let's see. I see the question. Do I see my answer? Okay, yeah. So Arthur Chia asked the issue or critical question is whether the Gradeless Learning Initiative is really a pedagogical innovation, which is what I say in my paper. I talk about pedagogical innovation, or if it's just an administrative instrument. I mean, in my response, I think this hits home for me because I remember seeing the build up to this and seeing the kind of public facing expressions of the university announcing this as if it were a pedagogical innovation, something that really was going to encourage people to think in a new way about their educations. And I was behind it full steam. I thought it was going to be wonderful. And I guess I felt a bit hamstrung as an educator to have that the potential benefits of this innovation completely taken out of my hands. I think it's really only possible if we have absolutely, a module with no grades. And as I've written in my response here, if we can somehow include students as partners in the module design, in the module instruction, and we can have more honest feedback that's not, not tied to a grade at all, I think that's the only way this can actually be a pedagogical innovation. So I guess I just I'm interested in pursuing this. I think we can have no grades. I think that's wonderful, but I want it to be all the way or nothing. And as it is now, as a kind of administrative tool that is really put on the shoulders of students alone, and they have to make this decision as individuals around Christmas time, looking at their grades, deciding B minus, am I a B minus student? No, I'll get an S for that. A minus, am I an A minus student? Or am I an A student? And you're only willing to take the A. I mean, it's these kind of decisions which I think have actually shifted grade stress from the semester to a couple of days at the end of the semester. And it's done other things too. But anyway, that's all for me. Thank you.
So thank you for sharing. And actually, what you mentioned is that in your talk, you also talked about that the purpose of the policy was to really try to change this mindset, right? With a focus on grades itself. So, and you also mentioned things about like, is it really possible to change this mindset that is so deep-seated and has implications on their subsequent job search later on, right? Absolutely. So in this case, you were saying that there needs to be much more support. What kind of support would you say is needed to really have some kind of change? Because I don't know, there must be some things that we can actually try to shift this forward a little bit more, right?
So this is, it turns it into a policy question, really, which is fair. In the paper upon which this research is based, or this talk today is based, we talk more about policy implications or changes in educator training and teacher training, giving people like me and my colleagues the tools to rethink how we think about assessments and module design. I think that's one step, but really what I want to see is we have to have like some massive social change where parents at Sunday dinner with family never talk about grades. And there has to be never any highlighting of students who do really well on, I think we've taken away all those focuses on PSLE, high achievers and things, but the whole discussion, I guess I think that discussion about grades needs to be made taboo, but I don't know how to change that through policy. I just don't know. I guess we could, no, I shouldn't say it. Anyway, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Chris. We have a new question that just came in for Kamal, right? Kamal, are you able to see the question this moment time?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so the question is about, could you say more about integrating gender into the school curriculum, and how has this process of working with educators been revolutionary or evolutionary for you, right?
So I think I can talk about this at two levels, right? Actually three. So within my department, beyond NUS in terms of engaging with, say, the national curriculum in geography, and finally internationally, right, with my work with the IGU Gender Commission. So in the department, I think it's been evolutionary, meaning that we started in 1995 with the first sort of gender and geography course. And over the course of that time, right, we see like a lot more sort of modules in geography introduced, partly because people were being trained, right, in how to think through gender and geography. So I was a beneficiary of that kind of training, which is why I've been able to craft a module now at level 4000, because I've benefited from the department's training. But prior to that, I think it was quite a revolution, right? That means when the first module was introduced, that was revolutionary, right? But now actually what we're seeing is it's more of like we're building up some kind of momentum or steam, right? I think at the national level, in terms of geography curriculum, my as someone who has taken like high school geography and A-level geography, the discussion around women, like I said, has tended to be quite the category woman tends to be quite unproblematic, and in the way that it is studied also, it's largely about the issues around development geography and women, and the issue of women being a third world problem, right, rather than necessarily something that is relevant to even say the developed world, or how access it can be, more critically engaged with in the city, right? So if you look at the curriculum in geography, there's more discussion around aging, maybe around migrant workers, right? But definitely not women as a separate category, even though women make up 50% of the population, right? So it's kind of interesting. So I'm hoping that some of that will change, because we're now going into a stage where we are having a national conversation on women. And so it'll be great to see some of this energy and momentum feed into the curriculum in geography education, right? So yeah, I know we may have some people from MOE here, so I feel like I'm sort of raising the question, but I'm not actually in a position to answer it, right? But I'm hoping this is what will happen, right? And the third point is in terms of the IGU Gender Commission, right? And that's something where I work with young and emerging scholars in geography, and what we're trying to do here is to create a space for young and emerging scholars in geography to find a collaborative sort of space to talk through being in academia, right? In countries where they might be the only woman in the room, right? And actually finding that kind of space where they will, get training or support from other female academics. So what the Young and Emerging Scholars program does is to try and again create a space in which that can happen. So to answer Manusha's question, I would say that much of what I do within institutions tends to be evolutionary, in the sense that it's a slow burn, right? But actually my work with outside groups tends to be slightly different, right? Because I think their aims are slightly more I know, like a work with Sayoni, right? It's a little bit more uh, it's something that needs to happen like yesterday, right? As far as Sayoni is concerned. So I think there the work is a little bit more revolutionary. Yeah.
Okay, we have another question that came, right, related to this. And this is from Kenneth. And he asks, well, direct these efforts at your students with success, which is congratulations to you. Are you also able to direct this same conceptual framework in terms of evolution, revolution at the broader university structure, right? And those who shape it, so that it too can learn how to recognize valuable impact of this kind?
Well, I would say being at this research panel might be one way of doing that. So I'm very grateful for the invite. When they asked me to present, I said, like, you sure you got the right person? so, um, so I'm Kenneth. The answer to you is that it's still early days. I'm always dreaming about ways to have conversations with people, and I will never say no to a conversation, which is how I ended up teaching Worlds of Football, right? So, and I watched football once in 4 years. You can ask anybody that, only at the World Cup, right? And yet it was too good an opportunity to pass. So the answer to your question is I want to be able to have those kinds of conversations. But like I said, we're only just beginning some of this important work that needs to be done, at least at this university, right? And unfortunately, some of this has been the result of unfortunate circumstances and really a lot of bad press, right? And bad press and terrible, not just press, but horrible experiences for our students as well. So I'm hoping that the time is right for that conversation. And I will say that I'm happy to have that conversation with anyone.
Right. So while we wait for more questions to come in, hopefully, right, that has answered some of the questions that you all have. One of the things that you mentioned, Kamal, was that you were talking about teaching as advocacy, right? And you are saying that different people have very different views on this, right? So I think one of the things I wondered when I was listening to that is, how do you deal with, for example, criticism against this position that teaching is advocacy? And secondly, how applicable is this outside of, for example, what you teach? For example, different people teach different disciplines, right? How much of this as a principle can it be applied to whatever that they're teaching as well?
So I think I want to clarify first, and this is where my epistemological background is important, right? So I'm a feminist geographer, and so the starting point for me is that knowledge is never neutral. All knowledge is not neutral, right? So the idea that knowledge can be neutral and that we can just talk to people about the facts, to me, is not necessarily helpful, right? So what we want to then do is get our students to think about the context in which knowledge is produced. And so I think with that in mind, right, then it is possible to talk about what privilege is, what social inequality looks like. Some of very much what Vincent also talked about. So I can say at some level, for most researchers, right, at some level, right, we do want to make that kind of social impact. I mean, I cannot imagine any one of us here in the room who doesn't want to do that, right? Even from the earlier presentation or panel, right? I think that sometimes where I've had, like, when I say naysayers, right, it's like, I think there's a kind of, there can be a kind of reaction when it comes across as too much of preaching, right? It comes across as, oh, you can't like convert people by ramming it down their throat. But actually, this is where I think it's important to think about critical conversations and what does that mean to be able to have a critical conversation. And what I've noticed in my classroom is that students have great ideas and they actually have very critical thoughts, but they're unsure of what might happen if they raise that. And I do mean people who disagree with me also. So I don't just want to hear from the people who agree with what I'm saying. It's also the people in the class who disagree and think that, you know, they don't necessarily believe what I'm saying, right? I want to have that conversation. But in order to do that, you need to set in place the intellectual structure. So one of the first things that we do in this class is to talk about feminist epistemology. What are the different ways in which people have talked about gender inequality theoretically, right? And then help each student to sort of recognize that actually, you know what, I'm not a radical feminist. I might actually be another kind of liberal feminist, or I might be something else. So I think that part of the advocating, right, treating the classroom as a site for advocacy, it means also giving students the right kinds of tools to advocate, right? And to advocate for those who are less well off than them, and for the kinds of changes that they want to see. So I think that's been quite important. So using theoretical frameworks to position and to contextualize what it is we're advocating for. So I think this is the value of a university education, because we get students at a level where they're intellectually ready to engage with some of that.
Yeah, and I mean, great to hear how you're creating a very safe, psychologically safe space for different opinions to come, especially if students feel that they can disagree with you, because I can foresee like how they will feel very threatened, right? Essentially, when trying to disagree with what the professor is actually saying in class. And with that, we have another question coming from Arthur again. And in this case, would Chris like to do this? This is directed at Chris. Let me take a look. Oh, I think this is a question that probably both Chris and Kamal and maybe anyone that's interested may address this a little and talk about this a little bit more, because it's a comment here. And in this case, it's about what education is about, whether educators think about and practice teaching as maintaining control over curriculum and outcomes. And the alternative is perhaps to let go of control and allow students to grow in different, new, and unexpected ways. Right? It seems to me there's a tension between these two. And I would like to ask all of you here, I mean, how do you deal with this tension? I mean, we can't really have one all the time, right? How do you deal with this? Anyone here would like to start?
Chris, do you want to go first?
Okay,
or?
I'll go first. I will say that, I mean, I understand we are a very large university and we have to teach a lot of different things, different faculties. You know, if I'm in engineering, I can't leave it up to the students as to what we learn. I mean, there are certain things we have to learn in order to become bridge builders, right? We don't want students to find out on their own how to build a bridge. So I guess what I'm interested in is, I mean, I love this question. I love thinking about this, like, what is our role and what is the purpose of education? And maybe it's time, you know, every decade or so, a university itself should think, what is our role in society? What are we here for? And in some cases, you know, FASS, I think a lot of what we're here for is giving students the opportunity to wrestle with big ideas and to think about their place in the world and to think about how they can make a difference through this, you know, understanding or gaining of knowledge over time. Gaining skills that can be then used not just in the workplace, but in community organizing or in their, you know, whatever they want to do in their lives. It's not just about building better employees, right? So I love to have those big those conversations about those big questions. So thank you, Arthur, for bringing that up. I guess it's maybe up to each of us, depending on our field and depending on, like I say, the big ambitions of the university as to how we put that into practice in the classroom and in our module design. And I'll turn it over to Kamal or Vincent, if you would like to say something.
Arthur, I think that's a great question. I think and I see that kind of control. I give more of that control to my fourth year students and my my social 5,000 level, like my graduate students, because first of all, they have the flexibility if they're writing a thesis, for example, like whether it's an honors thesis or master's or PhD, that they have the timeline and the training to develop their own sort of syllabus, right? Or ask their own research question. I think at the modular level, at some level, at least in the first and second year, right, we have certain things that we need for them to be able to do. So for geography, for example, we do produce geography teachers, right? And we need them to be able to do some things, right? Like explain geomorphological processes, right? And not just leave that to postmodernity, right? It's not possible, okay? There are very specific ways that happens, right? So they need to be able to do that. But I think like at the level 3,000, 4,000, right? For example, we in the gender and the city module that I teach, like the first 9 weeks, we're kind of like doing, I'm doing a lot of teaching, but there's also a lot of discussion. But in the last 3 weeks, they're coming up with their proposals for their poster, right? So, and that's more like consultation, right? What we might say like a end of semester project, or, and it's a big project, right? It's a poster, there's a build up because people know that other people are going to be there with them. So there's a bit of heat on them to do it right because they don't know who's going to show up, right? So I think, I think there is some flexibility, but definitely at the higher levels, right? That means at the 4,000 level. I do want to say though, to NUS's credit, that how we teach today is very different. I'm a product of NUS, right? If you look at my CV, I went through the whole thing, a whole 9 yards here, right? And I can tell you as an undergraduate in the 1990s, right? I was really like, everything was exam based, very little project work, very little opportunity for creativity, right? And any of the people here who were undergraduates during that time and earlier will know this. I think today our students have a lot more potential and opportunity for being creative and for doing things differently. And I think if we hadn't changed that, we would have lost a lot more students, because students today are really not just thinking about exams, right? I mean, I know what Chris said about grades, they do obsess about it, but they also want other ways to tell them that they're good, not just by taking an exam, right? But by producing something meaningful. And I think that's what many of us do at the university. I think the most fun education I've ever had all my life is probably at the university, right? Because there is so much flexibility to do things differently, and there's so much opportunity and room for creativity.
Right. And with that, Vincent, do you have anything else to add here?
I'm keeping watch over the time. Actually, it's already a minute past 2:50. But I'll just say a very quick response. Give a quick response. In my experience, I find that students can quite often be uncomfortable with ambiguity, right? So you set an assignment and so on, and they want to be very clear about whether this is okay to do. Is there a sort of a right answer, and are they on the right path, right? So they arrange consultations, and you sort of see that that they want clarity, how to go forward. So I think flexibility is good, but also to demarcate scope conditions. So some kind of balance between flexibility and scope conditions. I think that would be quite an ideal balance. Thank you.
And I think with what all of the speakers have been sharing, I think one of the things that we can see is, well, we want to increase flexibility, and NUS has done so over the years, right? As what Kamal has shared. One of the things is we also need to prepare our students to be able to handle this level of flexibility, because you throw them into the deep end, some of them have no capacity or too little capacity to deal with it. They are just completely lost, right? Because they are used to being able to told, this is what you do, right? So that part of the process, as what Kamal has shared, like doing a light version and subsequently leveling them up later on, seems to be a very good pathway to go, right? So in this case, I think we have Chris has something else to share. Yes.
I really appreciate what Vincent said, which is really true, that students do want less ambiguity. And I hope that we are doing a good job of both giving them enough guidance so they can do well, but also having that back and forth with the students to say, what is the problem with ambiguity? In the future, you will have to deal with ambiguity and you won't get this direction from someone. So maybe we have to kind of ramp up our expectations of them to handle ambiguity.
Okay, with that, well, thank all our speakers here today. Thank you very much for spending this time with all of us here today, right? And we have come to the end of today's session. All right, right now, according to the program, we have a break and the next session is going to start at 3:10, right? With that, thank you very much for joining us here today, right? We'll see you all again.
Thanks. Thanks, Li-Ning.
Thank you, Li-Ning.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
I understand that many civil servants in the audience today, so I look forward to an engaged audience that will ask plenty of questions of our researchers today. For now, I'm very honored and privileged to briefly introduce to you the three speakers for today. Our first speaker for this panel today is Associate Professor Wei-Yu Zhang. Wei-Yu is Associate Professor in the Department of Communications and New Media here at NUS. She obtained her PhD in communication from the University of Pennsylvania. Her research focuses on civic engagement and internet communication technologies in Asia. She has published a book just in 2016 titled The Internet and New Social Formation in China, Fandom Publics in the Making. And of course, she has also published in a wide variety of communication-related journals. She has just recently completed a research project that develops and examines an online platform for citizen deliberation. And she'll be presenting today her research on the perceived electoral fairness in Singapore, using data from the general elections of 2015 and 2020, and something which I'm very interested to hear her talk about. Our second presenter for this panel today is my colleague in the Department of Political Science, Associate Professor Ian Chong. Received his PhD in political science from Princeton University and is most recently a Harvard Yenching Visiting Scholar from 2019 to 2020. The focus of his research and teaching is on international relations, especially IR theory, IR security issues, Chinese foreign policy, and IR relations, IR in the Asia Pacific region. He's the author of an award-winning book, External Intervention and the Politics of State Formation, China, Indonesia, and Thailand, 1893 to 1953. And that book received the 2013 Best Book Award from the International Security Studies section of the International Studies Association. And today he will be presenting on the tensions of ethnic Chinese community in Singapore, how they react when they encounter and confront a rising China. So as an ethnic Chinese in Singapore, I'm be very interested to hear what he has to say. And then third and finally, we have Michelle Lazar, who is Associate Professor and Head of the NUS Department of English Language and Literature. She's a linguist and her research focuses on critical discourse studies, multimodal discourse analysis, gender and sexuality, as well as media and politics. She's the founding editor of the Routledge Critical Studies in Discourse monograph series, and she's an advisory board member of the Oxford Language, Gender and Sexuality book series, and she is also on the editorial board of various academic journals. And today she will be presenting her research on citizenship discourse surrounding the Pink Dot movement, something that we should all be interested in. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Wei-Yu to kickstart our panel today.
Thanks, Alvin, for the introduction. Let me share my slides. Yes, so first thing first, I really want to thank the research division at FASS for organizing such interdisciplinary research event. Right? It's great to join all these colleagues from the same faculty. I also want to thank the audiences who have stayed with us since 10 a.m. In the morning. Right? I'm very honored to join two colleagues, Ian from political science and Michelle from English literature, to sit on this panel that focuses on citizen and citizenship, right? So my research and my presentation today really is about citizens' perceptions, a particular perception that relates to the fairness of the most recent two general elections, 2020 and 2015. So when it comes to evaluating elections, right? Well, a traditional wisdom is that voters will evaluate the elections based on their own self-interests, right? So if the voters supported party or candidates won the election, they would basically evaluate the election positively, right? If the candidates they supported lost the election, of course, they would not be very happy about the election, right? Well, the self-interest approach definitely has its merits, but recent elections have posed lots of challenges to this self-interest approach, right? First, many elections these days, right, became harder and harder to tell who actually won the election, right? The level of contestation is so high that sometimes the election result is so close and makes it very difficult to make a clear call, right? We all have just witnessed a great example of that, right? That was basically the most recent US election. So when the results were so close and it was difficult to say who actually won the election, people, right, including voters and political leaders, oftentimes will point a finger to the procedure of the election itself, right? So they will pay more attention to procedure matters such as, in this case, the validity of the mail-in ballots, right? And decide whether the election was actually fair based on these cues, right? So that's why I wanted to maybe introduce a fairness approach to understanding election appraisals. Fairness appraisals have been found by studies that they are not just the perceptions, right? They actually have real influences and real consequences. Studies have found that if a voter thinks the election is fair, the voter is more likely to actually vote in the election, right? So the propensity or likelihood to vote in the election is influenced by their fairness perceptions, right? Another thing about fairness appraisal is also a lot of countries have elections, right? And every election you can say there is winner, there is a loser, right? But not all elections are the same, right? Elections can be designed actually in very different ways. Different institutional arrangements would actually influence fairness appraisals in different ways as well, right? So if you look at Singapore, right, Singapore also has its very unique electoral design, right, that have been in discussion for a while, right? So it might be also interesting for us to look at how the Singaporean voters perceive fairness of their own elections with these kind of institutional arrangements, right? So well, I have said a lot about the importance of fairness in election. You probably would think that it must be a very well-developed concept. But if you look closer at the academic studies, the conceptualization and operationalization of this particular concept, electoral fairness, was actually surprisingly not very sophisticated. One evidence is basically that if you look at surveys that test perceived electoral fairness, there was oftentimes just one question. Do you think the passing election was fair or not, right? Well, I guess it's partly probably because that existing academic studies pay more attention maybe to expert reviews about elections fairness. So there were actually quite a few studies that would recruit experts, right, to evaluate or to rate the integrity level of an election in a country, right? Well, I definitely agree that the experts have the knowledge, have the expertise to precisely evaluate the fairness of the election. But I also want to point out that what really matters here, is the voters' perceptions, right? Even the voters' perceptions might be wrong, right? This so-called wrong perceptions could influence their later voting behaviors, voting decisions, right? So that's why in this particular study, I really want to focus on ordinary citizens, ordinary voters' perceptions about fairness in an election, right? I also want to complicate the concept a little bit more in this particular study. We used to think that fairness in an election is about, one person, one vote, right? If everybody get a chance to vote, the vote is counted, then it's fair, right? I would like to point out that the election has at least two aspects when it comes to fairness. One is a voter, of course, right? Whether voters and their votes are treated fairly during the election. The other aspect actually regards the candidates, okay? Whether the candidates are treated fairly during an election. So you probably ask what candidates do during an election. What are their activities? How are they treated fairly, right? Well, candidates do campaigns, right? They communicate with voters, right? Try to convince these voters to vote for them, right? That's why this study also wants to propose a so-called communicative perspective to fairness appraisals, especially with regards to candidates. Okay, give me a few minutes to try to explain a little more about a communicative perspective. So this is going to be a bit theoretical. So I have done work on so-called the communicative action based on Jürgen Habermas's model, right? So I'm trying to use the same kind of communicative action model to think about fairness in an election, right? So at least three different components exist in this kind of fairness definition. First one is the freedom to participate, right? For voters, the freedom to vote. For candidates, the freedom to actually raise issues, right? To discuss, to communicate to the voters. Second component would be so-called symmetric participation or equal participation, right? Do voters have equal chance to vote? Are their votes going to have equal chance to influence the election results, right? For the candidates, right? Do they have equal chance to actually voice their opinions, to communicate with citizens, right? And whether their voicing actually would have equal influence on voters, right? A last component would be whether these activities, right, votes or campaigning or communication, would actually be given fair considerations by other players in the same election, right? So I used these three components to basically further complicate my operationalization of the concept called fairness appraisals, right? All right, so down with my theoretical explanation. Here are the basic questions I hope to answer through this study, right? First, how do the Singaporean voters actually perceive the fairness of their own elections, right? That's a very basic descriptive question. Of course, I also want to know what actually shape these perceptions, right? What are the factors lead to this kind of perceptions? In my study, I also wanted to understand some of the consequences, right, of these perceptions. How do these kind of perceptions of fairness would actually lead to maybe their support to election as an institution, right? That's what I mean by legitimacy here, right? But in the interest of time, I'm only going to present results to the first two questions. Okay. All right. So a method, right? I'll go quickly here, right? So I conducted 2 national surveys with the support of YouGov, right? Here I really have to acknowledge my funders, right? One of the survey was funded by a Tier 2 grant from MOE. The second survey was funded by IPS, and my colleagues from IPS actually led on that survey, right? So both surveys use the quota sampling, right? We try to match our respondents in terms of their gender, age, ethnicity, as close as possible to the census data at the moment, right? So for GE 2015, we ended up with 2,006 citizens, respondents, right? In GE 2020, about 2018 citizens answered this survey, right? So that's these are the 2 data sets based on which I made my analysis. All right, so results. So this first table or graph try to show you some of the demographic features of a particular group of voters. This particular group of voters, I call them those who basically showed relatively low level of fairness perceptions, right? So this is one simple question, right? Do you agree or disagree that the past election was fair, right? So we have a scale ranges from strongly disagree to strongly agree, right? So this particular group of respondents actually fall under those who answered the strongly disagree or disagree that the election was fair, right? So how do we read the colorful table, right? First we have 2 years of data, right? The green bluish bars refer to 2015 data. The orange bars columns refer to 2020 data, right? And there is a difference in shade, right? So the darker bars refer to that particular group of voters I just mentioned, right? And the lighter shade bar actually refer to the overall average of the whole sample, right? Everybody in the sample. So it provides you some kind of comparisons for you to make sense of about this particular group of voters. Okay, so let me now try to go through these numbers one by one. One thing you probably noticed was gender, right? Gender difference. So there were more males among the group of people who disagree the elections were fair, right? Compared to the average, right? So that pattern, that is seen across 2 elections. Now we move on to income. This refers to those people who reported they have monthly income more than $7,000, right? And again, there were some slight differences here, right? So, among those who disagreed that the elections were fair, there were a bit more wealthy respondents or voters, right? Again, same pattern across 2 years. In terms of age, right, here refers to average age, how many years old, right? On average, the respondents were, right? Again, very slight differences, right? Slightly younger among those who said they disagreed that the elections were fair, right? Okay, let's move on to education. We had some rather contrasting differences here, right? In 2015, there was no difference, right? In terms of educational level. This here, it refers to those who reported that they have university degree or higher, right? So no difference in 2015, but in 2020, there were more so-called more highly educated respondents who fell into the low fairness perception group. Okay, all right. Lastly, ethnicity, right? Not much differences there, right? So that's what I can show you in terms of maybe the demographic description of the low fairness group. Second graph, I move on now to the second graph, which really shows you the very, the interesting items, I tried to compose and some of the basic descriptive findings. Again, how do we read this graph? The orange color bars, right, refer to 2020 data. Green color bars refer to 2015 data, right? And you see a 1 to 5 scale here, right? Again, it means 1 means strongly disagree, 5 means strongly agree. Most of the bars, fall into the range of 3 to 4. So what does it mean? 3 basically means neutral, right? 4 means agree. Okay. So now let's try to read the graph a little bit more. The first thing you probably notice is basically all the orange color bars are shorter, right, than the green color bars. So what does that mean? It means voters rated the 2020 election less fair, right, compared to the 2015 election. Okay, so that's a consistent finding, right? Okay, another thing we can compare now is basically the perceptions regarding candidates versus voters, right? So you have all these items here, candidates, voter, right? So if you compare this, right, these bars, right, you will also see a consistent pattern. That's basically fairness regarding candidates were rated lower than fairness regarding voters in both elections. Okay, let me try to give you a more concrete example. Let's see this one, right? So this one first was about how much do you agree that candidates can freely raise any issues, right, during the election? Second one is about how much do you agree that voters can freely vote in the election, right? So if you look at the average here, right, our respondents basically, our average agree, right, it's around 4. They can freely vote, right, in both elections. But if you look at this candidate measure, right, especially the 2021, this average drops to almost 3, right, neutral. That means they were not very sure whether candidates can freely raise any issues during the elections, right? So that's, I guess, another set of finding I'd like to share with you. All right. So to answer the other question about, what actually shape these perceptions, right? I have run a structural equation model with my 2020 data. In this model, you can definitely see that so-called the predictors I entered in this statistical analysis. Remember that at the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned the self-interest approach, right? Whether your supported party has won the election had a lot of influence on evaluations of elections, right? This is still the case, right? When I use a supported party winning as a predictor to explain perceptions regarding candidates and voters, right? Still, this has a strong influence. Okay, but what else? What other than supported party winning that could shape these perceptions? Well, as a communication scholar, I naturally turn to media influence, right? So I look at basically media sources and their influences. I have 5 media sources here: newspapers, television, radio, as well as the websites of all of these mainstream media, right? So I also have a measure called alternative media. Alternative media actually includes both foreign media and the so-called local online Singapore-based news and information websites. Okay, so I look at how these news sources influence the perceptions. Of course, the influence is much smaller compared to supported party winning, but these are still significant findings. That means after controlling for this, these are still significantly making impact, right? So newspapers have positive influences on both candidate and voter perceptions. Websites, right? Online counterparts of these mainstream media also have a positive influence on both perceptions. Television owning influences voter perception in a positive way. Radio only influences a candidate perception in a positive way, right? Now I want to highlight the only negative influence in this entire model, right? That's alternative media consumption. Alternative media consumption only influences perceptions regarding candidates, and it's a negative influence, right? Which means the more you consume alternative media, you will rate the fairness measure regarding candidates lower, okay? All right, so I'm going to wrap up, with my summary, right? You can probably read from the slide. I will just say that definitely more research is needed to find out, for instance, why voters rate fairness regarding candidates lower, right? And we should also maybe look closer at the news reports published in these alternative media outlets to understand why it has a negative influence on perceived candidate fairness. Thanks for reminding me about the time, right? I'm done here, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Wei. Thanks so much for a very interesting presentation. A lot of rich data there, which I'm very interested in as well. Next up, we have Ian. Ian, next, back to you.
Entities and nationalistic identities are tactically imbricated. The concept of Homo nationalism was originally coined by Jasbir Puar to critically highlight how certain domesticated homosexual bodies are co-opted strategically by institutional state actors to provide ammunition to reinforce nationalistic projects, which were undergirded by neoliberal and racially exclusionary agendas. In the case of Pink Dot, however, I've argued that the nationalistic imaginary is co-opted by a disenfranchised community to provide ammunition to advance LGBT projects. The appropriation of an inverted homo-nationalistic stance, however, is no less strategic. Homo-nationalism in this case becomes a political discourse strategy born out of pragmatic necessity in a nation state which continues to criminalize gay sex. So while in Puar's thesis, homo-nationalism is seen to depoliticize the LGBT community, in the case of the Pink Dot movement, it functions as a political discourse strategy of pragmatic resistance, which speaks back to power. In earlier studies, I've shown how the Pink Dot discourse tacitly reflected Singapore's 5 shared national values as outlined in the 1991 white paper. And I used a multimodal discourse analysis to show the enmeshing of sexual, gender, non-normativity with national values. So looking at things like language and color and visual images, embodiment, and so on. Now, in this talk today, I want to extend the focus to examine the ideological impetus in the language choices made in Pink Dot discourse, specifically how English and the multilingual language varieties in Singapore deployed in the videos come to index the nation, right? And how this is done through the linguistic ideologies of legitimacy and authenticity. And so the data comprise transcripts from over 10 years. This is the structure of my talk. So I'm going to be defining a couple of key concepts that I'm going to be talking about. And then I'll briefly outline the multilingual language ecology of Singapore, both in terms of the language policies and also in terms of language ideologies. And then I'll provide a few examples of the linguistic homo nationalism in the pink dot videos before I conclude. So first of all, in terms of language and nation, sociolinguists have argued for the sort of how language vitally constitutes national identity, right? So the term linguistic nationalism refers to the ideological mobilization of language as a medium and object of collective self-definition as a nation. Now, in the present study, I'm going to adapt this in two ways. Firstly, unlike state-level linguistic nationalisms, which involve languages of official status, the present study dealing with the pink dot movement includes multiple language varieties that index national identity in some way and can also include non-standard language varieties as well. Secondly, in terms, the term linguistic homo nationalism, the term homo nationalism is introduced to refer to the queering of the language-nation link in which LGBT interests are inflected into the nation through the discourses carried linguistically, and in so doing, also it queers nationalism itself anti-normatively, right? So then I want to talk about how particular language varieties and speech styles can be said to achieve qualities of legitimacy and authenticity. And so, first of all, legitimacy, what do we mean by this? So it's a practice in validity and validation. So in order to acquire legitimacy, a group needs to be seen as consonant with and linked to the existing social order in terms of its norms and values and practices, which are presumed to be widely shared, okay, regardless of whether the group itself personally shares them. Authenticity, on the other hand, in terms of talk, is understood as spontaneous and unscripted, and it encourages believability and identifiability with speakers and their discourse. So in the pink dot videos, authenticity and legitimacy are publicly performed in relation to particular language choices in enacting linguistic homo-nationalism. So in the next section, I'll briefly outline Singapore's language environment shaped by the government's language policies and the linguistic ideologies that have come to be associated with particular language varieties in Singapore. Right? So first of all, what do we mean by language ideologies? So this is a sociolinguistic term, and it refers to ideological appraisals of language and speech styles based on such notions as quality or values or status, name, norms, and ownership. Right, so since Singapore's independence in 1965, the PAP government has pursued a bilingual language policy, which I think everybody in the audience would know, and it's motivated by two nation-building concerns, right? First, to facilitate the economic development of the city-state, and also to establish a harmonious relationship amongst the ethno-linguistically diverse population in Singapore. And I'll give you sort of the breakdown as of 2018. Now, 4 languages have been accorded official language status in Singapore: English, Malay, Mandarin, and Tamil. The latter 3 chosen to represent the 3 majority ethnic languages, Chinese, Malay, and Indian. So according to policymakers, the so-called mother tongue languages have cultural, symbolic, and emotional value of rooting Singaporeans in their Asian identity. Right? In terms of English, it occupies a significant role in Singapore. It's not just the 4th language, but it has a very significant role as a language of government and administration, as a neutral inter-ethnic lingua franca, and also facilitates Singapore's economic competitiveness and generation of wealth internationally. Right? So by 1987, English became the medium of instruction in all schools, and over the years, English rose dramatically as a dominant home language of Singaporeans. Now, the widespread use of English within multilingual Singapore, in turn, resulted in the emergence of Singlish, which is a highly indigenized colloquial language variety and considered also a great bane by government leaders. Now, in terms of how Singaporeans actually use all these various languages in their everyday discourse, well, this is actually quite complex and messy, according to sociolinguists who've studied this, right? Because the boundaries between the linguistic codes are not clear-cut, right? But what's of interest for us here is also that the mixing of particular codes index particular social meanings, which are understood by the speaker and addressee consciously or unconsciously, right? So keeping this in view, I'll now look at examples of how legitimacy and authenticity are construed in Pink Dot via the particular language choices made from the Singaporean multilingual ecology, right? Now, in the Pink Dot videos, linguistic legitimacies are largely construed through the choice of Standard Singapore English, or SSE, and to a lesser extent also Malay, right? So, for example, in a 2019 video that was rendered entirely in SSE, in which Pink Dot's nationalistic stance is made explicit, right? So it was titled "Allies Stand Against Discrimination," and it's about three Singaporean personalities speaking out against institutional discrimination as straight allies on behalf of LGBT Singaporeans, right? So now with explicit references in the video to such terms as our Singaporean narrative and the national narrative, the video actually concludes with each ally speaking in turn, yet constructing collectively the following, right? So this is what they say at the end of the video. Now, so sandwiched between the allies speak, which is identified here by that first line there, that starts, "We must be ready to stand up and call out discrimination," as well as the last bit that says, "I believe in the freedom to love," and so on. There are actually 4 lines purportedly from Singapore's national pledge. Now, of this, the 3 lines, "We the citizens of Singapore," then we have "pledge ourselves," and then "regardless of race," etc., they are indeed from the opening segment of the official national pledge, right? Now, the last line, "sexual orientation or gender identity," however, is not. So here, Pink Dot recontextualizes the official national pledge to insert sexual and gender prerogatives into it, to suggest contiguity and consistency with the overall national sentiments. And what I want to suggest is that it's significant that Homo nationalism here, and in much of the Pink Dot discourse, is performed in SSE, right? As it derives linguistic legitimacy through association with national level language ideologies, right? So we know that government leaders have consistently promoted the Standard Singapore English and discouraged the use of Singlish as a disservice to the nation. So deliberately opting for Singlish as a major communicative resource would risk Pink Dot being portrayed as belligerent and defiant. Instead, conformity to language by a non-normative gender sexual social movement becomes a legitimating move. Now, besides, owing to the denigrating discourse by government leaders, Singlish in official quarters has become indexical to of lower social class, education, and even intelligence. And so it carries too much negative ideological baggage to become a major language choice of a marginalized social constituency seeking legitimacy. SSE, conversely, indexes authority and educational attainment, and it's a language in which one can be taken seriously, right? Now, together with SSE, Malay too has been directly implicated in legitimating Pink Dot's Homo national sensibility. So in this video in 2016, titled Majulah Singapura, right, which is in fact the title of Singapore's national anthem, this is a highly nationalistic video, and it's rendered both in SSE and in Bahasa. Right? So the first part of the video is in SSE, and there are repeated patriotic declarations. Right? We see, "We are Singaporeans, we love our country," right? And it alludes to the national pledge, right? Which is, as I mentioned, has been recontextualized. Now, the second part, which is what I'm kind of interested here, involves the singing of the national anthem in Bahasa. So as the constitutional national language of Singapore, all Singaporeans know, or at least they ought to know, the lyrics of the anthem, even if most non-Malay speakers would not be cognizant of the actual meanings therein. Right? Notwithstanding, the singing of the national anthem is a symbolic act of heightened patriotism. So by its intentional singing in the Pink Dot video, LGBT persons are represented as patriotic citizens who have the right to demand recognition of the nation. As we see, it is prefaced in English, "You cannot close your eyes to us, we are here." Now, the act of anthem singing therefore queers Singaporean nationalism, showing it up to be currently heteronormatively exclusionary, and so demanding an inclusive national reimagination. So moving on to linguistic authenticities, in Pink Dot, that is construed by the use of Singlish and non-English varieties, right, which appear mostly in the special feature type videos that depict life world experiences. Now, in terms of their role in constructing a linguistic homonationalism, authenticities are accomplished meta-linguistically through language ideological choices that index Singaporeanness. Right? So now, also we need to note that code switching and code mixing are actually a marker of Singaporean identity. So it's a very typical normative way in which Singaporeans speak. And so in the present study, it also showcases a Singaporean linguistic authenticity. Right? Now, although SSE is the predominant language variety in the Pink Dot videos, Singlish is also sporadically evident in the data. So the discourse particle la is the commonest Singlish variable found sprinkled throughout the data, which is unsurprising since it is the prototypical marker of Singlish and it's capable of conveying a range of communicational meanings. Right? But we also have a range of other kinds of Singlish variables that are present across the data. Now, what I wanted to note, though, is that when Singlish is deployed, it is used minimally in the discourse. Right? Yet its presence in the discourse is nonetheless noteworthy for the construction of a vernacular authenticity. In other words, its complete absence would make the discourse strikingly inauthentic. Now, the appearance of Singlish in the videos indexes several social meanings such as localism and informality, camaraderie, closeness, community building, and so on. And these are all contributive of authenticity making and facilitates affective identification as Singaporean. Right? Now, the interplay of linguistic codes extends beyond the varieties of Singapore English, which is SSE and Singlish, and includes, as I mentioned before, Mandarin, Malay, and Tamil. Now, such interplay becomes quite complex and potentially prolific as resources for all sorts of indexical social meanings. And here I want to discuss two examples. The first example comes from a bilingual interaction that is found in a 2016 video titled Rose and June. And this video features the intersecting life stories of two very different transgender individuals narrated in two different languages. So Rose, a formerly homeless Indian trans woman, she speaks mostly in Tamil, while June, a Chinese trans woman and founder of a transgender shelter, she speaks a mixture of SSE and Singlish. Now, the crafting of the video allows each person to tell her story in a different language. So although Tamil is Rose's primary language, she frequently mixes lexical items from English, right, as well. So here is some words that were actually found in her own repertoire. Now, Rose's predominant speech in English, however, authenticates her personal life history as an older, first-generation Tamil-speaking Indian immigrant of working class background. So she's actually a food stall assistant, and also she later became a sex worker. Now, yet Rose's ability to code switch into English establishes her, Rose's ability to code switch into English, which as we see on the screen, establishes her citizenship as an Indian Singaporean functioning within the local linguistic ecology. June's own English repertoire, which is a mix of SSE and Singlish, both points to English as the lingua franca in multi-ethnic Singapore, as well as her own identity as a younger generation English-speaking Singaporean. Now, apart from establishing their separate linguistic authenticities, their interaction is very interesting because it indexes racial harmony between citizens, which is a cornerstone of Singaporean nationalism. So in other words, the national narrative of multiracial harmony is here performed interactionally in the video. Right? Now, the second example I want to briefly talk about is the 2017 video entitled Starting a Conversation. Right? Now, here the video centers on three L, G, and T persons engaging ordinary Singaporeans of an older generation in conversations about LGBT experiences in a local coffee shop setting. So the three persons, Falik, Chris, and Alex, are each represented conversing with others in a complex interplay of standard Singapore English, Singlish, Malay, Mandarin, and Hokkien. Now, the editing style of the video highlights the crisscrossing and juxtaposing of multiple language varieties. So this messiness is reflective, as I mentioned, of the authenticity of the multicultural, multilingual Singaporean national identity. Early in the video, however, each of these three speakers introduce themselves in SSE, right? And so in this way, they index a stance of an average educated Singaporean. So this is how they introduce themselves. Now, Falik's main interlocutor in the video is a Malay woman with whom he interacts exclusively. Chris and Alex mainly speak SSE, and then they, with a sprinkling of Singlish, and they code switch to also Mandarin, depending on the interlocutor. And Alex also is able to speak a bit of Hokkien. Right? Now, so their ability and willingness to accommodate and navigate languages in the local linguistic, I need to wrap it up, right? Ecology indexes sincerity, but it also suggests that they are engaged in a kind of a national narrative in which they are engaging Singaporeans in extending and expanding nationalism, right? So in conclusion, I talked about the linguistic homonationalism as well as linguistic legitimacies and authenticities, although I would say that although I dealt with them separately, they're not mutually exclusive because the mother tongue languages are also state endorsed mother tongues. And so they're actually kind of establishment authenticities in this context, right? So I'll stop there because I've run out of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Thanks a lot. That was a very theoretically sharp and empirically nuanced research project. Ian?
Okay. Well, let me do my share screen and
sure.
What have I shared now?
Questions for the panelists. I will love to have questions from the audience. And if audience also want to maybe, just not type down their questions, but speak, they can, I believe they can probably raise their hands maybe and also indicate to us. So there is one question here from Professor Kenneth Paul Tan. So, and his question is for Michelle. And so Michelle, I believe you have the, you can see the question by clicking on the Q&A tab. And I'll just reiterate the question. Professor Kenneth Paul Tan suggests, asks, I wonder if you have found in these videos many examples of LGBT slang, hidden meaning, speeches, styles, etc. And if so, how should we understand this in context of authenticity, community legitimation, and strategy? Michelle, please.
So, I mean, fascinating question. Thanks, Kenneth. So I think in the present paper, I was kind of just looking at it in terms of the official languages and how that's being harnessed because of that close alignment with national ideologies and national linguistic ideologies. I hadn't actually looked at LGBT slang. I mean, I think that's really interesting. And I think I'll need to look into the data more closely. Because I think you're right. I mean, there could be more of that in terms of a kind of a subtext kind of a level of meanings that could also be, be present in the discourse. But no, so offhand, I can't say that I've actually found that in a very overt or obvious way.
Yes.
But thank you.
Yeah. Good. Any other questions from the audience or the panelists? Maybe I'll just take my prerogative as chair to ask one question from Wei Yu. So Wei Yu, you talked about running these two surveys about asking Singaporeans voters their perceptions of electoral fairness in Singapore, right? And you also mentioned that in your theoretical section that institutional arrangements can affect perceptions of electoral fairness. So number one, I'm wondering if in your survey you asked any questions of voters' perceptions of institutional arrangements which kind of affects their perception of electoral fairness. That's number one. And number two, I was wondering if you asked any kind of direct questions with regards to how they view the conduct of the incumbent with regards to the perceptions of electoral fairness, right? Because I would assume these are post-election surveys. Yeah, so they would have been kind of colored by, so these surveys would have been kind of colored by probably what the incumbent party did during the campaigning itself. And so obviously there were a couple of controversies during the G2020 campaign. And so maybe that might have, and of course, Singapore has a dominant party in the PAP. So that might have kind of colored the views of the fairness of electoral, perceptions of the electoral fairness. So I wonder if you have asked any questions regarding these two factors.
Thanks, Alvin. Fantastic questions. I can totally see that. So that's from a political scientist. Right. Well, sorry, my answer is no to both questions. The specific perceptions regarding like GRC, NCMP, and NMP in Singapore, we didn't get a chance to ask about that. Actually, I thought about that. I was thinking whether I should include it in my future research, but I do doubt that because I'm not sure, how many ordinary voters actually understand these concepts correctly, right? Not to say to perceive them, right? So that's why I thought the items we asked, are more straightforward, right? Whether the candidates are treated fairly, right? But then it needs additional empirical work to make the connection, right, between their lower fairness perception regarding candidates and what actually contribute to that. I think we need probably a qualitative study in this case to find out, right? Although I would think that a straightforward question on how do you think about NCMP might not be so helpful, right? That's first. Second, you were asking about how the the events that manifested themselves during the election. Again, yes, the surveys were conducted after the elections, but the questionnaire was set long time ago before the election actually happened, right? Okay. So YouGov, the survey company, right, did not really allow us to tailor, our survey questionnaire to the events that happened, right? Okay. So we cannot really ask the specific events, right? But we could, look at some of those traditional questions regarding, political trust, the trust in the government, for instance, right? But that's more generic, less, specific about the events that happened, right? So so fantastic questions. Thanks, Alvin.
Thanks for your answer. We can have a conversation after this panel.
Sure, love to.
You have fascinating empirical data. I think Ian has a question for Ian in the chat box. He wrote, he's curious about how you analyze respondents' views about procedural fairness versus fairness and outcome. So presumably those will be two different things. Ewan, you want to elaborate yourself, or you're just fine with that?
Yeah, I can. So I think one of the things that I found quite curious about the survey, right, is this. I mean, because it's based on electoral outcomes, and whether people see whether it's fair based on the outcomes, that seems to emphasize fairness of outcomes a lot. But we also know, well, political scientists, at least in political science, we talk about procedural fairness a lot, right, as well. So whether people see processes as fair regardless of the outcome. So analogy to this would be when you look at legal cases, right, whether people can see the process as being fair regardless of whether they win or lose a case, right? So in your analysis, I'm wondering how you distinguish between people's views of procedural fairness and outcome fairness, right? Because by it's post-electoral, but you know, I just don't see that distinction being made that clearly. So I'm curious how you do it.
Yes, yeah, thanks. Yes, I agree that these concepts I borrow a lot from political science, right? So yes, traditionally there are two kinds of so-called fairness. One is procedure, one is more about outcomes, especially when it comes to like distribution kind of questions, right? Whether the procedure of distributing resources is fair versus whether, you know, I got my share, right? So to clarify, in this study, fairness appraisals is about procedures, right? And not a particular kind of procedure. That's basically, you know, in the case of candidates, right? Whether the candidates are treated fairly when they are trying to communicate with the voters, right? So it's not really about outcome fairness in a sense, right? So to answer your question, yes, it's about procedure fairness. And if you ask me how I measure outcome fairness, right? I felt it's somehow indicated in, you know, how much they are satisfied maybe with the election outcomes, right? You know, it's as subjective as that kind of measure, right? Because you cannot say if this party wins, right, then it's a fair result, or that party wins, that's a fair result, right? There's no such kind of measures that could be asked in that way.
Right, because I think where I was a bit confused when you looked at the respondents' view of what the outcome of the election was, because it's also relevant if, you know, people don't make a distinction between outcome fairness and procedural fairness, because you can be very unhappy with the outcome but still be very satisfied with the process, at least conceptually.
Yeah, I agree.
And we have another question in our chat box from Prof. Elaine Ho. She says, Ian, a question for you. Could you say more about how researchers might better engage policymakers, Chinese immigrants and Singaporeans alike, in a dialogue about what Chinese identity means in a multicultural context like Singapore? So basically, you talk a lot about we need to have better conversation. We need to have be more self-conscious and self-aware of the Chinese identity. So I think Prof. Elaine Ho is saying, how can we actually better do that?
So to better do that, would actually I think the researcher side, we are doing what we are doing and we present. What needs to happen, I think, more importantly, is on the policymaker side, that they be more open about uncomfortable conversations and to allow them to take place, right? Bearing in mind that, yes, you know, these things should not, you know, tread into areas that get into violence or any of that. But I think to suppress sort of the discussions of contested identities probably is not helpful as we think about a Singapore that needs to deal with immigration, that needs to deal with plurality, because these things, as I said, are not static, right? Things are changing. So we need to not only at an intellectual level know how things are changing, what is driving the change, but be able to have, on the one hand, policymakers understand it, and on the other hand, have the public try to grapple with these things themselves. There's not going to be one permanent answer that's a be all and end all. It's about having these sorts of debates go forward rather than to shy away from them. So I would say researchers are doing quite a fair bit on looking at Chinese identity and other kinds of identity in Singapore. The question is whether others are willing to enter into this conversation and to enter into these debates as well, right? Whether it's on the policymaker side or whether it's on the public side. Right now, I think there's still too much fear of, well, this may be seditious, that may create unrest. I think while caution is important, sometimes too much caution can be deleterious to getting sort of better processes and outcomes in place as well.
Yeah. Okay, that's very good. Another question for you, Ian, from the Q&A chat box, and again by Prof. Kenneth Paul Tan. He says, we used to say that race classification in Singapore, the CMIO, is officially emphasized in order to obscure class differences. Do you think this is truer today than it ever was?
So I think CMIO, historically, at least my understanding of it, was to get across actually several sets of differences. There's class difference. There's also the differences within each of these groups, right? In a way that makes various groups legible to the state and more easily administered by the state, because state bureaucracies like things in sort of neater packages so that they can come up with policies. So I think in terms of class differences, that may have been one of the motivations in the past, but we also have to accept that it may not work as effectively as before today, because one of the things we do know is that until more recent efforts at redistribution, inequality has become has improved, and then it sort of deproved again, and such that I think trying to use CMIO to sort of cover up for these differences is not going to be a substitute for trying to talk openly about where the pain points are and how to address them as a society. So yeah, that's how I would see this. So maybe it's still used as a way to cover class, but it may be less helpful than it was before.
Okay. That sounds, yeah, that sounds similar to what I have in mind as well. Anyone has any other questions? We have just about 3 more minutes. We welcome any more questions.
Can I ask a question to Michelle?
Sure.
When I was listening to your linguistic analysis, I was thinking, communication scholars also do analyze media content, right? In this case, lots of videos, right? So I'm just wondering, other than the language, right, or things we can detect from what they say, are there other more kind of broadly defined language, right, such as visual language, such as music, even dissemination channels that may that might be able to be analyzed as carefully as you have done, right, with all the language components in that, right? So can you maybe tell us a little bit more about that? Thanks.
Sure. Thanks very much, Wei Yu. In fact, in this paper, I was kind of, in some ways, I was going beyond my own area, which is critical discourse analysis. So I'm more a discourse analyst than a sociolinguist. And I mean, that's it for a different time, a different discussion about the similarities and differences between those two subfields. But as a discourse analyst, I am very much interested in all these various semiotic resources that go into the construction of particular realities, relationships, identities, and so forth, right? And so, in fact, in the earlier work that I've done, I didn't present today, but before, I was very much interested in exactly what you've mentioned. So how this language with image, with photographs, with architecture, with embodiment, with music, with color, and so on, how do they come together to enable that kind of sort of, for in this case, a homo nationalistic stance, right? So I have looked at music and color and so on, for instance, discursively, so that in fact, one of the ways in which homo nationalism as a discourse has been constructed is through color, right? So the way in which pink dot, symbolically represents itself in terms of its pinkness, and how that itself in some ways has kind of set aside the more universal associations of pink with gayness and LGBT, but instead has aligned pinkness with nationalism in terms of our Singapore IC, which is pink, with the flag, which is red and white, and these are found in the discourse, in the pink dot discourse itself, as well as in the invitation for people to wear pink, carry pink paraphernalia, and so on. So that's one dimension of semiotic resources of color. Also, in videos, like for instance, I can't remember which year it was, maybe it was 2010, there was a use of Dick Lee's Home Truly, the Singapore song that is being used for National Day. And so that, again, is another very interesting way in which music and song is being redeployed for an LGBT purpose. So it's a kind of a nationalistic song, and then it's been kind of overlaid with this kind of music in this context. And so it gives it a different kind of homo nationalistic flavor. So yes, that, even in terms of embodiment, right? So when people gather in Hong Lim Park to form the pink dot itself, it's really an assemblage of bodies coming together to signify something very symbolically in terms of we are together, and it is the shape of the island of Singapore that is being, bodily represented. So yes, I mean, there are ways in which we do that, but for this paper, I was kind of looking very much at just the language itself in terms of which I've not really looked at, and I thought that was kind of a different angle to looking even at language choices in Singapore. Thank you, Wayu.
Yeah, fantastic, Michelle. I would love to read your words, right?
Okay, so I will use my, again, prerogative as the chair to ask one final question before we wrap up everything. And my final question, again, is also to Michelle as well. A very quick question before we pass on and close the panel. And my quick question is, for all the use of these different strategies of reverse homo nationalism and authenticity, in your view, how successful has Pink Dot been? Have these strategies been successful in pushing what their objectives are?
So I think certainly it has gained popularity, so that every year, I mean, except for this year, right, because of COVID-19, they couldn't gather in Hong Lim Park, but every year the mass gathering has increased in size. And part of the strategy is really, I mean, I believe it's sort of trying to gain popular support from straight allies, so that it's not seen as a kind of a marginal, just, for a gay pride for gay interested individuals, but it's a family event. It's everybody who believes in love, those kinds of things. So I do think that for that intention of trying to garner popular mass support for the movement, this sort of strategy it really ameliorates the whole thing. It's not contestative, it's not confrontational, but it's something that's very inclusive in that way. Yeah. And so just very quickly to respond to what Ian mentioned in the chat box about not using the rainbow colors, I think that's also very strategic, because precisely because I think Pink Dot wants to show itself as a local nationalistic kind of a movement, and not something that is a foreign or Western one in which the rainbow colors are traditionally known as pride colors, right? So it's a kind of a very interesting way, but it doesn't mean that the rainbow colors don't exist in Pink Dot discourse, but it's the way in which it navigates even this sorts of colorism. So yeah, but thank you. But I think there's also an idea of normalizing that Pink Dot people are just like you and me. Yes, yes, absolutely. I think that's very much part of the homo normativeness, which I think certain more, I suppose, radical LGBT persons may balk at, because they feel that you're just aligning yourself with the mainstream. But what I kind of argue is it is necessary at the moment not to rock the boat too much, because you're trying to get legitimacy, and you could very easily be shut down by local authorities if you don't seem to be much more, wider, more, to be mainstreamed, if you like, for that purpose. But yeah, thanks for all the questions.
Okay, thank you all for your participation. And now I would like to close the panel and invite Associate Professor Elaine Ho to wrap up the entire day's events. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Alvin, and to all the presenters. So very quickly to wrap up the event, I just want to highlight that this event, organized by the Singapore Research Nexus, has showcased a range of research topics on Singapore that's carried out at the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences and more widely in the National University of Singapore. Through discussion of art, culture, and heritage, the presenters in the first panel, to just briefly recap, they address community making, the nature of citizen participation, and the role of the state. The second panel in the afternoon then examined enrollment outcomes in elite junior colleges and recent pedagogical initiatives in the university on gradeless learning and what feminist approaches can bring to teaching, including through inculcating an advocacy orientation that bridges the classroom with the public sphere. And this theme is then carried on through to our third and last panel, which has just concluded, which engaged further with debates about Singapore's public sphere, namely on the elections, linguistic Homo nationalism, and how contemporary Chineseness is contested in the transnational context. I hope that the 10 presentations have highlighted the value that research brings to policy making and deepens understanding of how Singapore is evolving. Many thanks to the presenters on behalf of the FASS Research Division, as well as to Rachel, Andrew, Yok Chuan, and the other FASS Research Division staff who have helped to coordinate this event. And to all of you who have joined us today, thank you for taking the time to listen to the presentations. And we hope you will continue to look out for the next iteration of events by the Singapore Research Nexus. Thank you very much. So feel free to log off now. And Rachel, if there's anything else, please let us know. If not, maybe we can stop recording. Thank you.